Hello, hello, and welcome back to the very adorable and lovely game. Please be happy. We got last time was like about 6 days ago, a bit less than a week. We did the whole of chapter 2.
Already? Okay,
Oh,
let me grab my keys.
I know, it's amazing. Who did the art? I forgot. Where are the credits? Here it is. Where is it? Look at these awesome artists. Look at them. This game is amazing. I love it so far. I've only played 2 chapters so far. Chapter 1
Already?
a long time ago
Okay,
because that
let
was
me grab
the
my
demo.
keys.
And then chapter 2 last week. And we're going to chapter 3 right now. Hot cocoa and some water for my throat because it's gonna die from reading the narrations for a while. Chapter 3: Old Scars and New Friends. Monday morning. Achievement. One time.
Have a nice day.
Thanks! You too!
Volume doing? Is that good volume? Turn it up a bit in case. The kind old man takes his books under his arms and shuffles out the library. A rush of cold air passing over me as the door opens and shuts.
Whew. Finally time for a break.
With no one else waiting to be helped, I glance around at the dozen or so people milling about before plopping myself down onto the cushion that Juliet set up for me behind the desk. You know that working would be such hard work. These past few weeks since I started helping out at the library have been a bit of a blur. There's always so much to do. At least most of it's pretty easy, like straightening out furniture or putting things away when they get left out. I don't know what the big deal is. I think it looks better when it's a little messy, but it's what Juliet asked me to do, so I do it. Talking to patrons, Aspen taught me that word. It's getting easier as well. The first few times someone came up to me for help, I was so nervous that I could barely speak. There's so much to remember and still so much to learn. I still don't like talking to people in general, but it feels easier now. I get a little anxious when I see someone walking up to the counter, but it's not too bad. Of course, everyone who comes up thinks it's my first day there, even though I've started to recognize some of the regulars. They never recognize me. Asim's the only one who comes by every day. Yeah, someone came in there and started adding everyone for a porn Discord server, and I banned them, and when I banned them, the messages get deleted. So that's what the notice were for. What I didn't expect was that the hardest part would be checking out books to people. There's a sheet of paper with a bunch of little boxes in them, and I'm supposed to write the names of every person and the books they're taking. Since I have to copy the letters by hand each time, it takes me a while. If someone has a lot of books, or if one's with really long titles, then it takes me even longer. No. Not another ultimate horror game, Kaizen. Another one of Ming's ultimate horror games. Sometimes people get a little impatient, but I'm going as fast as I can. Either way, it makes the day go by faster. I wouldn't even call it fun, but I don't hate it either. I made money that I earned rather than stole. It was surprisingly good too. At least I don't have to worry about someone trying to take it back. I hear the front door open again and look up for the new person, like Juliet taught me. It turns out to be a familiar face. My nerves settle a little as at the sight of her.
Hey, Miho. Hi, Aspen.
Oops. Sometimes I forget I'm not supposed to be loud here.
Hi, Aspen.
Say it again, but quieter. She comes up to the desk and sets down a couple of books that she just checked out a few days ago.
Whoa. Done already?
This was a bit quiet. Let's turn up their voices a bit. Turn everyone up a tiny bit. Every single person. Everyone gets turned up. I'll turn the music down a tad, because it's a bit overpowering in my opinion. Sound music down. Voice volume up. General. Save. That on that scale. Maybe a bit lower. Yeah, I think that should be good. Alright. Back to it.
One of them I simply couldn't put down because I had to know how the story ends. I was worried it would have a sad conclusion, but the ghost girl becomes real and gets to stay with her girlfriend, and they all live happily ever after.
Well, that sounds like a nice story.
The other book was unreadable, unfortunately.
Oh.
I won't be trying that author again.
Rip.
That's too bad. Should I tell Julia we can get rid of this one? Well, it's not that terrible. I'm sure someone out there could enjoy it, just not me.
Why's my phone say I'm not live anymore? I'm still live, right? My phone says I'm not live anymore. What the fuck's happening? Am I still alive? Okay, what the fuck? Okay, that was weird. My phone said I was not live anymore on Twitch. I was like, okay, I guess I'm not. That's weird. I thought my internet died a second. Again. We're good for now. We're good for now. Anyways.
If you say so.
It seems to me like Aspen doesn't like a book. It seems to me like if Aspen doesn't like a book, then that book must be really, really bad. Maybe I'll ask Juliet about it later anyway. For now, though, I start copying the titles down onto the returns sheet. Aspen goes off to find new books. She comes back right as I'm finishing up with a small stack in her hands.
You find books as fast as you... If only. I knew exactly what I was looking for this time.
Ah. He hands me the pile, and I begin writing the names down. I can feel her watching me as my hands make each slow line.
Say, Miho.
I have to finish the letter I'm working on before I can pay attention to Aspen.
Yeah? Have you,
Yeah? She wrings her hands, looking like she's not sure how to ask her question. Aspen seems to think a lot before she speaks. But I've learned that sometimes it's easier to just make her spit it out.
Just say it. I don't mind.
Sure enough, her eyes widen, but she stops fiddling.
Have you ever considered learning to read and write? It would probably probably save you quite a bit of time.
I looked down at the mess of scribbles on the paper in front of me. Even though I wrote them, they don't mean anything to me. Juliet never seems to have an issue though, so it's good enough for me.
Not really. I've gotten by fine without it so far.
Yeah, am I doing wrong? Is my handwriting that bad?
Oh, come on. You can't keep using that excuse for everything. You've been here for more than a month now.
What? It's been more than a month? Damn, bro.
Well...
He does have a point there. I told myself so many times that I was going to stop letting my past define me. But still, reading and writing? It will be useful, it's true. With so many letters, though, it seems like a lot of work. I'm already doing a lot of work as it is.
I don't even know how to start doing that.
I'd be happy to help you, and I'm sure Juliet would too. She'd be delighted if you picked it up.
Oh, my phone isn't silenced. That was close. Something. Oh, anyways. Her usually quiet voice starts to raise, only adding to my doubt.
I'll think about it, I guess.
No, I won't take no for an answer.
Oh.
I'll do some research when I get home and bring some materials later. We can make a lesson plan and a schedule.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't I get any say in this?
You didn't say no, and that's enough for me.
Bruh.
Oh, but that isn't what I came here to talk to you about.
What was it besides books?
Aren't you here to get books?
Yeah.
Right, that too. But anyway...
Mm-hmm. Aston reaches into her purse and pulls out a slightly crumpled flyer, which he hands to me. Looking at the glossy cover, it's covered in pictures of little vases and statues, and other old-looking things. A museum.
There's an exhibition at Te Papa about Korean history and culture, for a limited time only.
Ooh, Korean culture. I thought she might be interested in seeing it. I don't know why that was voiced.
An exhibit at your dad?
No.
No, it's our biggest museum. Te Papa is one of the most interesting places in Wellington, perhaps even New Zealand as a whole.
Oh, we're in New Zealand. New Zealanders
You
are...
can enter for free, so that isn't a concern. Look, there's even a map of how to get there on the back.
After I flip the flyer over, she points to a map of Wellington. That's very similar to the one I used on my first day here.
This is the Bell House, so you just go up this road, turn here, then here.
I know as she explains, but it isn't really necessary. I may not be able to read, but I can at least use a map.
Anyway, it's only open when I'm at work, so I won't be able to join you.
Oh.
But I imagine you might appreciate having some time to yourself too.
Uh-huh. Cool.
Now that you mention it... Yeah...
It's been a long time since I've really had a moment to myself, other than when I when I want to go to bed. I'm always around Aspen or Juliet or the patrons at the library. And that's another big change in me. That's another big change in me. I'm noticing them more and more these days.
I'll check it out. Thanks. Maybe they'll have something that can help me find my person.
Aston smiles, but it's a thin line, like she's once again holding back from saying something. This time, however, she doesn't give me a chance to make her say it.
Perhaps, yes. Right, well, I need to get back to work. My break will be over soon. I just wanted to pick these up so I have something to read during any downtime at my shift. I'll see you this evening after I look up some reading resources. Tell Juliet I said hello.
Will do. Bye.
With a smile, Aspen blows a kiss, then quickly spins around and heads out the door, leaving me standing about with the flyer in my hands. Without any patrons waiting around, I take a closer look at some of the artifacts on the pages. Most are cracked and worn with age, but still have a little color to them. A couple of writing on them, and that I can tell is a different language from the ones I've been getting used to copying, right? In a way, they seem kind of familiar. Not just familiar, but nostalgic. Like they're related to a memory that's just out of reach. I don't know if it'll bring me any answers, but maybe there'll be something interesting to see.
Hiya, I've got these to check out, please.
Quickly tuck the pamphlet into one of my pockets, turning to greet the young boy eagerly waiting at the counter with several books to check out.
You got it.
I lift the first book off the stack and slowly begin my process. Maybe Aspen's lesson won't be so bad after all. Closing time finally comes around. The patrons slowly trickle out. Some of them linger for a while, making their final selections before bringing them up to the counter. Fortunately, Juliet's here to help me out. Or it'd take me all night to get through the line of people waiting.
Thank you very much, Miss Callahan. We'll see you next time. Oh, Dottie. Glad to see you're still reading Pullman. Only one left to go in the series. Bye-bye, Abdul. Bye-bye, Jamar.
In the time it takes me to finish writing down one person's checkout, Juliet can get through 5. She even knows everyone by name, as well as their reading habits. That always impresses me. How does she keep track of them all? We finally managed to get through everyone. A sigh of relief escapes as the last patron heads out.
Oh, thank you.
My ears prick up at the sound of Aspen's voice as the patron holds the door open for her.
Sorry, we're closed.
Aspen hesitates for a moment as she walks up to the desk, but then she laughs.
You almost had me for a moment.
I collapse onto my cushion, while Juliet puts everything away under the desk.
Excellent work today, Miho. You're getting better and better.
Am I? It doesn't really feel like it.
It can be hard to notice your own progress sometimes, but I promise it's there.
And it's only going to get better. Look what I brought.
She wraps her knuckles against the pile of thin books she brought with her. There's also a small bag that rattles when she moves it.
Are those?
Yes, they're the phonic books I said I'd bring by.
No. Not reading with phonics.
Phonics? Why, Miho, have you decided to learn to read?
Well, Aspen decided for me, but I guess so.
I pick up one of the books from Aspen's file. The words on it are big and written in a very simple style. And so are the pictures that go with them. I spent enough time in the library now to recognize that these kinds of books are meant for little kids. But I guess that's what I need, isn't it? It's embarrassing, but maybe I can just use that as a motivation to learn faster. And if I end up hating it, I can just quit. Like always, I have the option of running away from something I don't like. Still holding the book, I look up to see Juliet and Aspen both watching, waiting to see what I'll say. Take a deep breath and then smile.
So, how do I start?
Both of them break into a grin as well.
I have just the thing. Come with me.
Aspen's so eager that she barely waits for Juliet and I to step out from the counter before leading us to the table beside the aisle of books. Guessing that I'll be here a while, I pull up a seat with a cushion. While curious Juliet hovers over my shoulder. She sits down and begins unpacking the bag she brought onto the table, turning out to be a bunch of pens and pencils. Fancy one begins placing a small workbook in front of me.
Let's start with the alphabet. Juliet, would you mind? Your handwriting is much better than mine.
I need to spit my gum out. Get back. Gum has been thrown away. You can continue.
Gladly.
Realizing she's gonna be a part of this, she quickly takes a seat to my other side and selects a sleek black pen. Opening the book, she brings her pen to one of the blank pages.
So, to begin with, this is the letter A.
The two of them take turns going through different letters of the alphabet and showing me how to write them. Although I have a hard time remembering which is which, I pick up the writing part pretty fast, since I've had a lot of experience at work already. Each of them write an example letter at the top of my page first, before I take my turn to try it. Juliet's handwriting is very precise and clean. It reminds me of something you'd see on an advertisement or book. Aspen's, on the other hand, is almost as messy as mine. Sometimes I'm not sure she's even writing the same letters as Juliet and I. After we get through the whole alphabet, they quiz me by holding up cards with different letters and ask me to name them. I get a lot of them wrong, but I do get a lot of them right too. Aspen finally calls it quits for the night. I'm a little bit disappointed.
So, how do you feel? I think you made very good progress for this being your first night.
Indeed. You should be proud of yourself, Miho.
I can't keep a smile off my face. Maybe I am a little proud.
It was more fun than I thought it'd be. It was tough at first, but I think I'm getting the hang of it.
You certainly are.
Yes, if you work on it a little bit each night, I'm sure you'll make great progress.
The workbook that Aspen gave me already has a few pages complete because of how fast we were going.
Do you think I could learn to read by the end of this week?
Maybe. The look on the two of them exchanged. The two of them exchanged tell me my answer.
Well...
Not that quickly, I'm afraid. Even for the fastest learners, it still takes a few months to make much progress in reading.
Oh shit.
Going by how quickly you picked this much up, though, I think you'll do just fine.
Oh, I see.
I had been expecting this to take a few nights at most, but months? That's a lot longer than I was anticipating. I must look disappointed because Aspen frowns and leans forward.
Don't worry, I'm sure that time will fly by. As long as you're getting a little better every day, you'll be able to notice the results soon. Here, why don't you try this?
Aspen gets up from the desk and maneuvers behind me. Putting her hand on top of mine, it's a little shaky, and I notice her face is red as she makes a point not to look at me. I almost jerk it away out of instinct, but keep my cool instead. I'm not used to people touching me, but I know that with Aspen, it's just a friendly gesture.
Here, follow these lines.
Mm-hmm. She gently guides my hand up and down across the paper, slowly forming out the letters on the page with me. After 4 letters, she stops and scurries back to her chair. Juliet's snort of amusement from my side only confuses me further.
Can you read what that says?
I look down. The word on the page looks familiar. I squeeze my eyes shut, picturing the cards that they were holding up. And what each letter sounds like.
Miho!
Miho! With a jolt, I realize it's my own name. Aspen and Juliet both clap excitedly, a blush forming on my cheek.
Yes! You did it!
I still can't shake the feeling that it's kind of embarrassing to have them cheer me on for something so simple. Looking down at the paper with my name on it, though, I have to smile a little too. It's the first time I've written my own name. Even if I did have Aspen's help, it's the first time I've read it myself too. I stare at it intently, commanding the shape of those letters and the motions to make them into my memory. I've used so many names in my life, but for some reason, this one feels a bit special. Just for good measure, I write it down a few more times to practice each time it gets a little bit less shaky and more legible.
Thank you. Seriously.
Even if this wasn't my idea to start with, it feels like a new milestone in my life already. It's part of something else that's new. I can add that to the list.
It's our pleasure.
Right. Especially since, I did kind of force you into it.
It's okay. Turns out I need people to make me do stuff sometimes.
I'm certainly good at that. You'll have to wait until tomorrow for more, though. I've already stayed a bit too late as it is.
Oh my, I hadn't even noticed the time. It sure did fly by, didn't it?
As she gets up to leave, Juliet and I take to our feet as well. Before realizing, I let out a yawn.
I'll leave all this stuff with you, Miho, so you can study at your own pace. I'll try to come by at nights as well to help you practice.
And you're always welcome to ask me for advice too.
Thanks. I'm gonna practice during work too, when I don't have anything else to do.
Yeah.
That sounds wonderful. Good night, you two. Thanks for having me over.
Bye, Aspen!
Good night, Aspen. We'll see you soon.
Hi, Aspen. You're lovely. I love you. You're so adorable. With her trademark smile and wave, Aspen leaves the library. Two of us watch her go as she heads out into the night. Nice darkness outside.
I imagine you must be tired too, right?
Yeah. Now that you mention it, I really am.
My hands are sore from all the writing, and my palm is colored gray with smeared pencil lead and ink.
Can't believe that wore me out.
You had a full day of work too. You should get some rest. I'll finish cleaning up and preparing for tomorrow.
Nothing important, I hope. Nothing important, okay. Gotta check that every time. Just gotta check. Make sure the pings I'm getting aren't important things. Make sure I'm not missing anything.
Are you sure? I didn't really do many of my chores today.
I'm certain. Go on, go to bed.
Really? Damn. How nice of you. Just audit log. Is that it? Stream probably. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Secretly glad to be heading to bed rather than doing more work, I start to head out. As I look back, Juliet playfully waves me out of the room.
Good night. And thanks again.
You're always welcome, Miho. Have a good night.
With a pause for another yawn, I stretch and head up the stairs. I'm going to sleep well tonight. As I lie in bed and wait for sleep to take me, I reflect on my day, like always. Today was a good day. I accomplished a lot, and I feel proud of myself. I can tell that Juliet and Aspen are proud of me too. It's taken some getting used to. It still weirds me out to think that people care about me, that they think of me even though I'm not around them. They're excited for me about things that don't affect them. It's weird, but in a good way. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since I had a bad day. The shock and uneasiness of having a safe place to live in a stable life have worn off, and my daily routine has become just that. Routine. I thought I'd never get used to things like this, that they'd never be real for me. Well, it turns out I was wrong. Rather than constantly overthink everything, I've gotten better at just going with the flow. I think that's something to be proud of too. Rolling onto my side, I look around my room. It hasn't changed too much since I moved in, but it still feels distinctly mine. This isn't just a space that I happen to be in. Finally, I close my eyes and roll onto my other side. Just when I did, I become so. Just when did I become so sentimental? It's hard to say, but maybe that's okay too. I don't mind who I am right now, and my friends don't either. That's enough for me. With peaceful thoughts like that drifting through my mind, I also drift off to sleep. Work's been quiet today, with only a handful of patrons coming in at all. The few stacks still keep themselves. The few still here keep to themselves, quietly reading and browsing the aisles. I'd normally be bored on a day like this. It's a good thing that I have something new to keep me occupied during my downtime then. A few of the worksheets and books that Aspen gave me yesterday are spread out on the desk, out of the way of our guests, but still where I can see them. Whenever I get a few minutes to myself, I practice writing letters or memorizing their sounds. When I have to write down titles that are being checked out, I pay more attention to what exactly I'm writing. And please notice that it goes faster now than it did before. I still have a long way to go, but I can feel myself making progress with each word I finish. That sense of pride helps motivate me to keep trying. When I'm away from the desk, tidying things up or putting books away, I try to think about letters and words. It's nice to have something to focus on rather than just trying to find ways to fill the hours. Just as I settle back down to work after a quick lunch, Juliet comes down from her room with a folded parasol in hand. With a calm nod and greeting, she walks up and joins me behind the desk.
Hey, you're up early.
Yes, I had some daylight errands to attend to. How are you doing, Miho?
Great! Check it out.
I show her one of my worksheets, which was really just a blank piece of paper. On it, I've written my name over and over and over to practice. The first few, okay, most of them are fairly messy. I think I get the hang of it by the end of the page though, and those ones are more legible. Often the I offer the paper to Juliet, who looks it over with a smile.
Great job! I'm very proud of you.
Thanks. I'm proud of me too. What kind of errands are you running? Need any help?
Finally.
Not this time. I'm just making a couple deliveries that can't wait until the evening. Will you be alright here by yourself?
Yep. I think I've got the hang of everything by now.
That's good. I'm pretty used to handling my duties on my own. If there ever was a problem, it wouldn't be hard to go find Juliet to get her help. That one hasn't happened yet, thankfully.
Excellent. I know I've said it before, but you've been a great help around the library. I appreciate your hard work.
Oh, it's not that hard. Besides, it gives me something to do.
But I'm currently dying for some reason. I was streaming as well for like 4 hours yesterday. Last night, but still.
That's nice to hear. Don't forget to take some time for yourself, and have fun every now and then, though.
I think that's some advice that Juliet herself should follow more often. But I keep that opinion to myself.
I will. Actually, I'm going to the museum after this.
Woo! Liam!
Aspen told me there's an exhibit all about Korea going on there. So, I'm hoping maybe I'll learn something useful.
Useful?
Yeah, like about my person.
Oh, I see.
That gives me the same smile. The same smile that Aspen did when I mentioned my person yesterday. I know they think it's probably hopeless, but I can't give up. I don't understand how they don't understand. Both of them always talk about caring for those close to you and making lasting bonds. Miho isn't real. Miho hasn't clicked in Miho's head. But he's probably dead. It's been years. It's been like tens to hundreds of years. That's what it's about, isn't it? Still, Aspen and Juliet both have done so much too much for me to hold that against them.
Well, I wish you the very best of luck. You know you can always ask me for help if you need any.
I know. Thanks.
Anytime. I'm going to head out now, but I'll make sure to come back early enough for you to go to Tipapa.
Sounds good. I'll keep studying and working until then. Bye!
Goodbye, Miho.
As Juliet goes out the front door, she pops her parasol open to protect herself from the sun, then strolls out and joins the day's crowds. I stare at the now closed door, thinking. I wonder if either Aspen or Juliet have ever felt the same way about someone as I have about my person. It's a hard feeling to describe. It's something warm? I may have forgotten a lot over the years, but I've never forgotten their face or voice or the way they smelled. Like charcoal and paint. All those things are too important to forget. It's kept me going my whole life. Been my entire reason for existence. At least until arriving in Wellington, anyway. Even with my new life here, I can't just abandon my old one. Not entirely. Maybe they just don't know how much it means to me. I couldn't blame them since I've told them all about how little I cared about everything else. Maybe they think it's like a hobby. They pursue something to pursue when I have nothing else to do. But even here in the library, surrounded by friends and busying myself with my job, not a day goes by where I don't think of that force back in Korea. My person. It's okay if Aspen and Juliet don't understand. They don't need to. It's important to me, and that's all that matters. So far, they've supported me in whatever I do. In fact, when I think about it, when I think about those two, I feel a similar way as when I think about my person. That warm, safe feeling. It's not exactly the same, but it's close. I don't think that's a coincidence. There have been lots of new feelings that I don't quite have the words for. Like so many other parts of myself. I'm still figuring that out. I may take some time, but I have plenty of it. Realizing that I've been zoning out, I pull myself away from my thoughts and get back to focusing on work and studying. I may have lots of time, but I need to make sure I use it well. Only an hour or two later, I look up from my work to see Juliet returning from her errands. Folding up her parasol. She soon joins me at the front desk again. I can't fucking read. I don't know why. I'm so bad.
Hello again, Miho. I tried to hurry back so you'd have plenty of time at the museum. You can go ahead and head off. I can handle the library for the rest of the day.
Well, thank you, Juliet.
Cool, thanks. I tried to clean up and do as much as I could before you got back.
Woo!
Thank you. I appreciate it. Enjoy yourself. You'll have to tell me all about it when you get back.
Will do.
I put away my study material in my room, and then, with a big thumbs up to Juliet, I leave the library.
Fresh air again.
I've been spending so much time inside since I started working. My walks and time outside are more refreshing than they used to be. The birds singing sound prettier. The scent of food wafting up from town smells tastier. And I'll bet even the grass would feel softer if I was in my fox form. Feel it, not wolf, sorry. It's been a long time since I've transformed, now that I think about it. I need to stay focused for today, though. With the museum as the only thing on my mind, I pick up my pace and as I walk to Wellington, heading along the now familiar streets. I pass by the Bauhaus and glance inside, but I don't see Aspen. She mentioned to be working late today, so she must be in the back, or maybe on a break. Follow the direction she gave me yesterday until I reach the building that has to be my destination. It's thick with parts that just go off in whole different directions. Near the front, there are two sections flanking the entrance. One is round and tan, and while the other one is made of darker stone and looks more blocky. It's a bit intimidating, but seeing a few people heading in and out is reassuring. Taking a breath to steady myself, I stride on up. The entrance has a huge glass ceiling with glass doors that slide open when I approach them. I don't have to pay or sneak in. Woo!
Whoa.
Woo! The moment I step inside, I can safely say that I've never been in a place like this before. It looks big from the outside, but from the inside, it's huge.
How am I gonna find the crane exhibit?
I don't even know where to look first. Different paths lead to different types of displays, and I can see floors and elevators going all the way to the top. A family walks by me, following a big arrow that pointed deeper into the building. Without any better ideas, I take the same route. I'm sure I can ask someone where the exhibit is, but I'll look around on my own first. If I can't find it for a while, then I'll ask for help. I try to wander about once inside, looking for anything that I might recognize from Korea. Not surprised, there's plenty of other exhibits that also end up catching my eye. In one section, a variety of sea life, fish, turtles, and others, hang from wires over everything else. They look so lifelike, but I think they're real animals at first, but after staring closely I can see that they're just models. Another part of the museum is filled with skeletons of what looks like giant monsters? I can't even imagine what kind of creatures they once were. Maybe dragons? Finding a panel with some illustrations, I skip over for a quick look. They're dragons, but they look awfully close. I've never seen a dragon. I've only seen a dragon once or twice in my life, but I've never seen one of these. Other sections are depicted dedicated to humans and fabled citizens. There are recreations of old human houses, as well as a diagram showing fairy houses and row of them, plus many of others. Tour guide talks to a small group as I walk around, explaining this and that. I go slower this part, feeling a little nostalgic. I even recognize some of the human technology and knickknacks from long ago. I had no idea that they were old enough to be part of a museum now. There's even a big memorial to the war, showing humans and fables fighting against one another. At the front is a painting of when the peace treaty was signed, which was the start of humanity and fable coexisting. I look around back. I was around back then, but I stayed out of it, just like I stayed out of most things. Honestly, the history doesn't interest me too much, but I'm sure Juliet would love to see this. I'm sure she already has, at some point. If I'm thinking about giving up and asking for help, I finally find what I'm looking for. A huge banner with some text that I recognize as Hangul. The Korean writing system is hanging over a number of display cases and tabletop exhibits. I hurry over and take a closer look. It's quieter up here than it was on some of the lower floors. I'm about to take my time browsing without feeling like I'm able to take my time browsing without feeling like I'm getting in anyone's way. At the same time, my heart starts to beat faster with anticipation. I may not know what I'm searching for, but I'm sure I'll know when I see it. I start at the entrance and slowly make my way through. The first section is full of pottery and carvings, like from the brochure Aspen gave me. There are little animals and people carved out of stone, and even a few made of metal. A number of clay pots and vases sit on pedestals next to them. Most are cracked or damaged, but some look as good as new. Moving on to the next part, there are a few intricate-looking outfits adorning mannequins. Some are just pants and a jacket, but most are vividly colored dresses that hang to the floor. I can almost feel the delicate silk in my hand. If I was still a thief, I bet that would sell for a lot. After the clothes are paintings, tigers and birds are common subjects, but so are people in cities. Others feature gorgeous landscapes and flowers. I've never been a big fan of art, but somehow these are different. Looking at them doesn't make me sad, but it makes me feel something. Like I'm wanting something I can't have. It's something that comes to me, a feeling I've heard about, but that I don't think I've ever experienced before. Homesickness. A painting of a green forest could be the one where I was born. Passed through towns that looked like those in the paintings, and yet from humans who look like the ones shown inside them. Not all of the memories are good ones, but they're mine. There's not much I can relate to nowadays in terms of people or places. I have friends now, sure, but I don't have much in common with them. That's never mattered before, but now? I wish I could reach out and touch the paintings before me, just to feel something from the same era as me. Of course they're behind ropes, which keeps me well back. I reluctantly start to move on again as just as I do, a certain painting catches my eye. It's small and displayed out of the way in a corner, as if nobody thought that it was important. The edges are jagged and torn, but the crucial part is still there. On one side, there's a box surrounded by trees and leaves. Its fur is a different color than mine, but it's still clearly a fox. Just across from it is a human-like figure, who's dressed in an outfit similar to the ones I was just admiring, but that's not what stands out most to me. On her head, 2 pointed ears, several long, bushy tails peek out from the top of her dress. When I look at the fox again, I notice that it also has more than one tail. I breathe in deeply, as if I could inhale the scent of the forest just from this artwork. Another Gumiho? I take in all the details I can. Smiling, but a sharp fang makes her smile look sinister. The hand at her side has long claws instead of regular fingernails. Claws that are really meant for ripping. Whatever she's looking and smiling at is missing. Being part of the torn section, there's just a small part that remains. Her boots on the ground, surrounded at the edge of what must be a pool of blood. Only do I notice the blood around her lips and on the ground beneath her claws. And then, the unmistakable bone, white bead hanging from a string around her neck. It's glowing like the moon. I instantly raise a hand to my neck. Feel my own bead. It's reassuringly warm to the touch. Somehow I get the feeling that one of the painting would be ice cold. This portrait of a Gumiho leaves me conflicted. There's the same longing I felt looking at the painting of the forest, but those claws and the blood, those feel foreign and detached. How most people view Gumiho? It would explain the fear and terror that seemed to follow me whenever I went. Wherever I went when I was younger. Curses and threats from farmers and townsfolk whenever they saw me. It wasn't until after the war, when the fable became more common in human lands, that I felt comfortable without my ears and tail hidden. Even though I'd sometimes get dirty, even though I'd sometimes get dirty looks just for existing, the threats were usually reserved for when I got caught stealing. Still, I've never been like the Gumiho in the painting. Stealing is one thing, but hurting someone? That just isn't me. I wish I'd been able to explain that to them. I wonder how different my life would have been. I tear my eyes away from painting, but I know I'll be thinking about it for a long time to come. There's no dwelling on that, but dwelling on what could have been. I passed through the rest of the Korean exhibit, barely glancing at the artifacts that I haven't seen yet. It isn't until I've nearly left the gallery that I see something that makes me pause again. In a small and unremarkable display case, among many others, there are a number of delicate scrolls. On each one, a few old-style Korean characters are written. I don't think they're Hangul, but I don't know what they're called. They do look familiar, though. I left my own scroll back at home for safekeeping. I don't need it with me to compare. The sweep of the brush strokes, the shapes of the characters, the shade of the ink. Closing my eyes and breathing in deeply. I swear I can smell them. My person. I press my hand against the glass. It's the closest I've been in 100 years. After centuries of looking, I finally...
Hey, no touching!
I leap backwards as someone shouts. I look around and see a middle-aged woman wearing a badge and museum t-shirt stalking towards me angrily. The instincts I thought I'd buried kicked in. Time to run! Backing up, I look around for a getaway route, but there isn't one. I'm surrounded on almost all sides by cases. The only open direction is the one that the attendant is poaching me from. You'll think. There has to be a way out of this. Could I jump over the display? No, they're way too tall. Maybe if I transform, I could get past the attendant? I have no idea how to navigate this building with, though. Being a fox would attract way too much attention in things like this. If I wait for them to get close, then I could probably run right past them, like the security guard when I first arrived at Wellington. Heart racing, my panic must show on my face, because he stopped a couple meters away from me, frowning.
Hey, it's not that big a deal. Just please keep your hands off in the future.
With a shrug, they turn around, leaving me alone. That's it? My hands are shaking as I watch them retreat. I expected them to snap around and come after me. Of course, that doesn't happen, and I'm really slowly able to relax. All I'm left feeling afterwards is a lot of embarrassment. Looking around me, I'm glad that there aren't many people in this area. Nobody's looking at me either. Whether out of politeness or because they just don't notice. My face is burning red, and I look down at the scroll again, just to hide it. I sigh. Maybe it was silly to me to think that it would change I could change myself entirely in such a short time. Considering I'd just been remembering the old days and all the abuse that I went through, humans, it makes some sense. I settle myself down a little. I turn my attention back to what's really important. While I know that these scrolls have to be from my person, they don't help me much on their own. There's a little card on one corner of the case, covered in text. It might have something useful written on it, but that doesn't do me any good. I consider trying to copy it all down and have Aspen or Juliet read it for me later, but there's so many words that I'm not sure I could get them all. I gulp, looking over at the museum attendant, who was so scared of a moment ago. You have one option. Putting all my courage, I approach them slowly. They're just a regular person. I remind myself. Aspen and Juliet, or even like me. Just doing their job.
Excuse me?
I hope that's polite enough. As she looks over to me, her face doesn't look annoyed, more bored.
Can I help you? I'm sorry for touching the glass. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit about those papers, like who wrote them. Like I said, it's no big deal. It's just a safety precaution so nothing gets damaged. Anyway, there's an informational plaque in the corner. It should have all those details.
Would they even believe me if I said I can't read? I worry that might make me even more suspicious.
Can't see very well, and the words are so small. Can you read it for me? Oh, sure. Let's see.
That was almost too easy. They don't question or analyze me at all. Simply walking over and leaning in next to me.
Says here these were some of the first works by a calligrapher whose name was Jong-in in the 17th century. They were a scholar who lived in Korea and...
The attendant keeps reading, but I'm not listening. I've already gotten what I came here for. A name. Jong-in. The first time I have something to call them. And that's unremarkably theirs. I pretend to listen to the rest of what's being read out loud and thank the person on autopilot when they're done. It's not here in the present moment, back in the forest where I was born.
정인.
Yongin. Once they walked away, I said out loud, trying out how it sounds. I think it fits them.
정인. 정인.
Yongin. Said over and over again, making sure I'll never forget it. Finally! Something to go off. Feeling a little bit dazed from the enormity of the moment, I find my way downstairs and wander out of the museum. I can't wait to search Juliet and Aspen. Yongin. So excited that I end up missing my turn to take me back to the library. Lost my thoughts about what'll happen if I get there instead. I didn't realize that I've zoned out until I reached the edge of Mount Victoria, wherever the city streets turn into parkland.
Oops. Good thing I can find my way back from here.
I'm still within the area that I've visited before, so I'll be able to use the mountains as a landmark to find my way back. I hum to myself as I turn back. I had a buzz. With pleasant thoughts. If I give Juliet my purse's name, I'm sure she can help me track him down. That's what she specializes in, after all. And I'm sure Aspen will want to hear all about their life too. She loves stories, and I'm sure Jong-in will have a ton. I'm not sure how they'll feel about seeing me again. I doubt they even ever expected it to happen. They'll definitely be surprised when I'm not just a fox they met back then, but a person now. I have a feeling that they'll at least be as glad as I am. I'm maybe halfway home before I realize that I'm not alone. The prickling sensation in the back of my neck is unremarkable. My instincts are telling me that someone is also nearby. I'm still near the mountain, but it's practically empty here. I can hear the sounds of other people in the distance, but they're all hidden by the trees and hills. I whip my head back and forth. Try as I might, I can't work out where they are. It's a strange and disconcerting feeling, given how easily I can pick up even the smallest animal. Then, from the corner of my eye, I spot a bush really shuffle, just at the turn to take a proper look. The sort of fox I saw the other day steps out of it.
Oh, it's just you.
I start to bend down and reach my hand out, like I would a pet dog, but hesitate. I know from experience that a fox wouldn't respond to that. I'm sure she hasn't run away already. That's what I would have done. She stares at me. With the slightest movement, her eyes lock on mine. My heart jumps to the hairs on the back of my neck. I stand up. Something is off. Then without taking my eyes off me, she starts to transform. I barely have time to be shocked as her arms and legs get longer and her fur retracts, head shrinking and changing into something more human-like. For the first time in my life, I'm face to face with another Gumiho. My throat tightens and goes dry. My vision narrows and my ears start ringing in shock. It's as if all of the world has faded away, except for me and her. The silver and black clothes she's wearing seem to shimmer in the moonlight. The skin of a snake, waiting to strike. Hanging loosely on her frame, and wrapped. Hanging loosely on her frame, the wrapped fabric around her body and face make her appear almost formless. Her only accessory is a bracelet around her wrist. It's a plain leather band with a shining white bead. It's held in the middle by another loop of leather. I recognize that bead. I have one just like it. Well, almost like it. Whereas mine is duller. Mine is a duller, milky color. Hers is a bright. Hers is bright. That hers is so bright that it almost hurts to look at. Soft blue glow around it reminds me of the full moon. It's almost like she steps out of the painting I just saw at the museum. A shawl covers most of her face, but her hair and eyes are still visible. Those intense eyes. Her gaze reminds me of steel. While they're the same shape as mine, they're sharper and angrier. Crueler. Callie tosses her long, flowing hair back as she takes a step towards me. I skip back, keeping the distance between us. When I lived in the forest, I knew it. Flee when I met a predator, stronger than I was. Better to get away alive than risk my life for pride. My survival instincts tell me that this is one of those times. The Gumiho laughs, but there's no humor in it. Sharp and hollow. It only makes me more uneasy.
So, the human pet still knows when to run. The human... what? Pet. I've been watching you for a while. Ever since you came to this place, actually. Watched you demean and domesticate yourself for the sake of humans. It's pathetic. When you first arrived, I was hopeful that we might be alike. Optimistic, even. I was a fool. I see you now for what you are. Nothing better than a dog, begging for its master's affection and table scraps. We are not the same. We are nothing alike.
Her words hang in the air, poisoning my good mood just from moments ago. My first instinct is to run away, as usual. Something stops me though. I'm entranced. The novelty of this experience, finally meeting other Gumiho, keeps me rooted in place despite my fear. I wonder what she's like. The closest I've ever been to someone like me. I swallow the lump in my throat. I hope that my voice doesn't shake as much as I think it is.
So what? Did you ambush me just to say that? Ambush? You should have known weeks ago that I was following you. But I repeat myself. You've numbed yourself to your instincts. And your potential. I saw you in that place of memories. Saw you gaze upon the portrait of one of our sisters. I hoped that you would open your eyes, as you haven't before. It pains me to see your existence do disservice to our very kind. Now that you have seen what you could and should be, perhaps you can still change yourself, dog. Sharpen your teeth and claws once more. These creatures that you bind yourself to, those human and those not, they are but shackles, slowly squeezing away at which is wild and free in you.
You sound very lonely and bored. And boring.
Do not mistake my words for sympathy or pity. I would see you gone from this place. But so long as you remain, your presence is an eyesore.
What the fuck are you here? So leave.
Me to witness.
Leave!
Thus, I will do what I must to cure it, as unpleasant a task as it may be.
You would kill me.
You will never be one of them, no matter how much you might crave it. Better to embrace what you are and can be. Anything else is a waste of your abilities.
She stares at me for a moment longer and then turns away. I feel like I should have said something, but I can't find the words. Whether from shock or fear, I'm too dazed to so much as stammer and denial. Her clothes melt away into silver fur as she transforms back into a fox. I reach out to stop her, but she flits off and disappears into the darkness without a moment's hesitation. The world around me rushes back in. my skin suddenly feeling cold in the night air. The rush of emotions going through my head evaporates. And the adrenaline that was running through me ebbs and ebbs away. I'm left just standing there, alone. Closing my eyes, I muster the strength that I haven't tapped into for weeks. My bead warmed itself as I transformed my body, following the same motion as the other Gumihos. You do have multiple tails, what the fuck? I try to start chasing after her, but my first steps on four legs are shaky. I've grown unfamiliar with this form, almost stumbling over just trying to move. Maybe there's a bit of truth in what she said. I take a few more steps towards the brush, but soon give up. Even if I caught up with her, what would I say? What would I do? I'd only make a fool of myself. There's a scent on the wall of air that I couldn't notice as a human, but is unmissable as a fox. I recognize it immediately, from a long time ago, on one of my first mornings here, when I first woke from my den near the mountain. I stepped outside and knew that someone had been there. It was her. She really was following me from the beginning. For a long moment, I watched the place where she disappeared. Then, transferred back. I don't really feel like a fox right now. I don't really know what I'm feeling. If what she said is true, I haven't used any of my talents in a long time. My clumsiness when I'm in my fox form, my own original body, is a reminder of that. But as for degrading myself for the sake of others, that doesn't feel true. I've spent my entire life living free, and for only myself, it's always been my choice to remain here, to not be forgotten. So why do her words sting so much? If I was totally confident in my decision, then they shouldn't bother me, right? Maybe I've forgotten more of myself than I know. The painting at the museum and the other Gumiho herself both prove that there's something different about me. Something that must come easier to everyone else. The same way all the aspects of daily life at home don't come easily to me, either. I feel disconnected. Home between two worlds that I barely know, but can't help being drawn to. Where do I fit in? Where do I belong? I know what Juliet and Aspen would say, but does that make it true? Their home hasn't been my home for long. I've been a thief and a liar for so much longer. I've been whatever I am now. If anything else to get out here, I slowly make my way back home again. The excitement I felt about telling Juliet and Aspen, everything I found at the museum vanished. I thought for another time. After a quiet walk through the empty streets of the library, I quietly slink inside. I keep Juliet from noticing. I just don't feel like talking right now. It seems to work. I can hear her bustling around somewhere, but she doesn't call out to me when I come in. Without a word, I ascend the stairs and to my room. As quickly and as silently as I can, I'm under the covers. It's far too early to go to bed. I don't know what else to do. If I'm awake, my thoughts will only bother me. Only be a bother. Better to sleep it off and hope that I feel better in the morning. Yesterday's events, both the good and bad, linger in my mind while I perform my usual routine of tossing and turning in bed before I get up. Now that the shock's worn off, I feel a little better about what's happened. I wonder if I'll have forgotten all about the other Gumiho by the end of the day. In fact, now that I think about it, it's possible I had met the other Gumio before. Just forgot about them. Everyone forgets about meeting me, so maybe it works in reverse too. Rather than dwell on the idea, I choose to ignore it. No way to know. I just drive myself crazy wondering. Instead, I keep myself busy by making myself more eligible for work. Heading into the bathroom, I clean myself up using the soaps and shampoos given to me by Juliet. She's helped me so much ever since I started working here. Looking into the mirror and for one final check before I head upstairs for breakfast, I can't help but think of what the other Gumio said. How I've domesticated myself. My spotless face looks back at me, framed by fluffy and pampered hair. I can't deny that I've let myself be spoiled by others, content to just go along for the ride.
Snap out of it, Miho.
I lightly pat my face, like I've seen Aspen do sometimes when she's getting ready to start her own job. I'm not sure what it's supposed to accomplish, but it makes me feel a bit more confident. Heading downstairs, I'm treated to the familiar scent of fresh cut fruit and fried eggs, as well as the pleasant sound of Aspen and Juliet chatting about books. When I enter the kitchen, I'm greeted with 2 smiles.
Morning, Miho.
Good morning.
Good morning. Breakfast will be ready soon.
Cool.
I head into my usual spot at the table and grab some apple slices, munching on those while waiting for the other two to get back to their conversation. Both of them look at me expectantly.
So, how'd it go?
The museum?
Of course. What else?
Was everything all right? When I didn't hear from you last night, I was fearing the worst.
Oh, nah. It was fine. They even had what I was looking for. There were some more scrolls by my person.
There's a loud clatter as Aspen drops her fork in surprise. Even Juliet's eyes go wide with genuine shock.
There were?
Are you sure it was them?
Yep, definitely. I'd recognize that style anywhere. I learned a lot about them. Their name is Chongin, and they're a scholar. I don't know what they study, though. The museum person didn't say.
For a long moment, there's silence. Other than the sound of eggs sizzling in the pan, both my friends just stare at me, dumbstruck.
What are those looks for?
You seem awfully calm. I assumed you must not have found anything, or you'd have been back immediately.
Yeah, well, there was some other stuff that happened too. I'll tell you about it some other time.
I need to tell them about the Gumiho. If only because I know they reassure me about everything she said, but that's why I can't tell them. Not yet. In a way, I'd just be proving her right.
Well, all right.
We'll be here whenever you need us.
Thanks. Is breakfast ready?
Yes, just now. Here you go.
Juliet fills out the plates and takes her seat, and we all dig in. It's a quieter meal than usual, hearing the sounds of chewing and silverware dripping against the dishes. I feel like Aspen and Juliet are having a conversation in their silence. Of course, they'd expect more from me. I'd expect more from me too. Right after leaving the museum, I was that excited. I'm still excited. Of course, it's just been tempered. I've just been tempered a little. I still plan to ask Aspen and Juliet to help me get in touch with Yongin. but I want to wait until I can do it with a clear head. Once everyone's finished eating, I gather up the dirty dishes and take them to the sink, while Juliet washes the pans and Aspen wipes down the table. Another routine morning.
I'll see you two later. Thanks for breakfast.
My pleasure, as always.
Bye!
With that, Aspen politely takes her leave and heads out the door. Juliet and I go into the library, ready to start the day, or end it, in her case. I head to the spot behind the front desks and begin getting everything ready. The checkout sheets, my pens and pencils, my study material, and so on.
Are you all set, Miho?
Yep, I've got everything I need.
Wonderful. Well, I'll leave you to it then. Have a good day.
You too. Sleep well.
On the way, Juliet lingers halfway between me and the stairs. I can tell if she wants to say or ask something else. She thinks better of it, simply giving me a smile before heading up to our room. I whistle while I throw open the curtains and unlock the door. By the time I return to the counter ready for the first patron to arrive, I even manage a light melody. I've been practicing my whistling a lot lately as a way to spend time while alone. I asked her to show me how, but she's not really good at it either. I'm pretty sure I'm already better than her. And she, as the sound of it reminds me of the birds back in my home forest. And it's gonna go. I need to do a quick bio break right now. Be right back. Bio break. We're back. Before long, patrons start to arrive, and I soon have a list of things to do. Books to check in and out, books to return, books to search for. It keeps me good and busy. The hours pass by in blissful normalness. I don't even have a single time to complain about. Thing to complain about. Oh? Game? Game? Oh, okay. Just loading up this thing. Save real quick. It's okay for now. Mio shares the good news about her person, but keeps the other Gumio to herself. Let's go to the cafe. It feels weird in the Bell House today. I can't quite put my finger on it. What could it be? Did they redecorate? Is there someone watching me? Is there a gas leak? Wait. I think I got it. All the other patrons are reading books. Like proper paper books, not just fake books on their computers. The covers are all the same style, so it occurs to me that maybe these are all students doing assigned readings or cramming for a test. Phew, I'm so glad I don't have to go to school. Still, though, being the only person without a book myself makes me feel kind of left out. Maybe I'll go hold a book for a while at the library to feel better. It's a rainy Thursday morning, and the library is dead as dead as I've ever seen it. Even Aspen didn't come by this morning, simply because she didn't want to get soaked. We'll see each other later instead. The only patrons here are the ones who don't mind the weather, so I have to make sure they don't drip on any of the books before she went to bed. Before she went to bed for the day, Juliet left a bundle of towels near the door for anyone who needs them. At least it makes my work easier, and the slow day means I have extra time to study. I'm able to remember most of the letters by now, and even read a few. Even read a few words. I haven't told Juliet or Aspen about my progress though, because I want to surprise them with it later. After an hour or so, I set aside my pencil and gaze out the window, my chin resting on my palm.
Huh. It stopped.
It's still cloudy outside, but the worst of the rain seems to be over. I get up and walk to the window, looking around at the soggy view. I lean backwards in surprise as something suddenly slaps against the glass in front of me.
Whoa!
At first it looks like a puddle of water that's stuck to the window, but then it starts to wiggle. I stare in confusion as a pitiful-looking face forms in the middle, then frowns at me. It suddenly hits me what I'm looking at. It must be a water elemental. I've never seen one for myself before now. They usually hang out in rivers or lakes, but I've heard they sometimes come out on dry land when it's raining. It must be what this one did. Now that it stopped raining though.
Oh no, you could dry up.
Just like a fire elemental can die if its flame goes out, a water elemental just like this one could be in trouble if it doesn't stay in water. The weather might still be damp, but the sun is starting to poke through the clouds.
Okay, wait right there. I'll go find something.
I don't know if you can understand me or even hear me at all, but I wave at the window and hold out a finger just to show that I'll be right back. After a quick peek to make sure there's no patrons waiting, I hurry to the kitchen and dig through the cabinets, hoping to find a pot or something that's big enough. The biggest one Juliet has is one that she uses to make pasta, and even that might be too small. Plus, I'm not sure that she'd want to taste a water elemental to be there every time she tries to make us spaghetti.
Where else?
I could wake Juliet up and ask her, but I could really try to solve this myself before bothering her instead. Instead, I start hunting through the other rooms for something that might help. There's nothing in the bathroom nor in the library area. When I checked the dining room a second time, however, I noticed a big bowl on top of a shelf that I hadn't seen before.
Perfect.
I have to stand on one of the chairs to reach it, but I grab the bowl and fill it halfway full with tap water before hurrying back to the window. The note is still stuck there, like a very sad bumper sticker. It already looks a little smaller, but it ripples with excitement when it sees me, frown shifting in a watery smile. I head to the front door and skip around to the window, squelching through the wet grass as I go.
Here you go. Come on.
Pulling the bowl out up to the window, I gently brush the elemental. To my surprise, it doesn't feel like touching regular water. But it's thicker and a bit sticky, like jelly. The elemental starts to slide into the bowl in bubbles, which I hope is a good thing. It doesn't mix with the water in the bowl, but instead kind of hovers in water. Hovers with both water above and below it. When it gets itself fully in the bowl, it almost fills it up. Water splashes over the edge and onto my hands, leaving the bowl almost dry except for the elemental itself. The bubbles stop, and then an uncertain looking face peers at me from the bottom.
Alright. Let's get you inside and figure something else out.
I hold the bowl as steady as I can, try not to spill any more as I go back to the library. Just like the guests at the library, I have to make sure not to get any of the books wet. There's an empty side table near one of the reading chairs, so I set the bowl down there. The lamp seems fine for now, but it looks worried again. It reminds me a lot of Aspen.
I'm not sure what else to try.
I rack my brain, trying to think of something I might have missed in the bathroom or kitchen.
Wait! That bathroom! That's it!
Not the toilet. Kneeling down in front of the bowl, I try to reassure the elemental, which is doing its best to stay absolutely still and not splash.
Okay, don't go anywhere. If you even can.
Running the bathroom, I plug up the tub and set the faucet to max.
This ought to work for a bit.
Leaving the water running, I go back to retrieve the bowl. The bowl with elemental. This time I end up filling more of the water, but luckily it only hits the ground. The tub is almost halfway full by the time we get back, which should be perfect. I turn off the faucet and carefully pour the elemental in.
How's that?
There's a stream of excited bubbles.
Cool. Sit tight, and I'll find something we can use to get you back to the river.
More bubbles. Quickly, but not as big of a rush as before, I go to resume my search on the second floor. As this place is so big, there are still a few rooms that I've never seen, or I'm pretty sure Juliet wouldn't mind me going in since I try to help someone out. The first room I try is a closet filled with towels and bed sheets and laundry stuff not very useful. The room after that is locked.
That's weird.
Why is it locked? Turn the knob again in case it was just stuck.
Nope, definitely locked.
Weird. I don't know what's in there. I've never paid much attention to that door before since it's too far from my room. I drop on all fours and try to see under the door, but it's too narrow to see anything. I don't know if the door isn't locked, even better, it's in a closet. Aside from the doorway, which isn't particularly bright, it's pitch black. When I step inside, I flick the light switch, but the bulb fizzles and dies right away. It takes a moment for my eyes to adjust the darkness, and what had at first been dark smudges turned out to be a bunch of books that and sorted junk at storage room. The whole place is covered in dust. I guess Juliet doesn't come in here either, peeking into one of the boxes that's filled with old kids' toys like dolls and stuffed animals. Another one has some folded up clothes. Just as I'm about to give up and try another room, a half-covered object in the corner catches my eye. A heavy blanket is draped over a glass box, which is full of more random junk. I fold it over and remove the blanket, smiling at my find. It's a big fish tank, just like the ones I saw at the museum.
Score!
After turning it over and shaking out as much dust and debris as I can, I triumphantly take the tank to the kitchen sink and rinse it out, before hauling it to the bathroom.
Look what I found!
When I set the tank on the edge of the tub, the elemental floats up top of the bathroom ripples. It takes some maneuvering to hold the tank under the faucet, but eventually I'm able to figure it out and fill it up. When I use the bowl from before to scoop up the elemental and dump it in the tank.
Perfect, right?
More ripples and bubbles.
Okay, let's get you to the river.
I wrap my arms around the fish tank and lift. And then I tear my arms off.
That's heavy.
I didn't notice when I was getting the tank set up But with all that water in it, it weighs a ton. It's way too heavy for me to carry out to the front door, much less all the way to the river.
This could be a problem.
It had seemed so perfect, so lucky. Even after dumping out some of the water, I still can't carry it. Sitting on the top floor, I sigh. The elemental floats dejectedly.
Miho? What's going on? I heard the sinks and bathtub running.
Julia is standing in the doorway as I look up, wearing a look of concern on her face.
Hey! It was raining earlier, right? Well, there was this water elemental on the window. I tried to bring it inside so it wouldn't dry up while I worked out how to get it back to the river, but now I can't carry this huge fish tank that I found.
A fish tank? Where'd that come from?
It was in one of the storage rooms, along with a bunch of kid stuff. I'm guessing they came from the library's children's section.
Juliet purses her lips, and I feel my heart beat start to quicken like it always does when I'm in trouble.
Sorry if you didn't want me to go in there. I didn't know what that room was or what I was even looking for until I found the tank.
Well, voice acting is great in this. I like it. I like the voice acting.
I didn't look inside the locked room, though.
Juliet's frown deepens, but it doesn't look like she's angry. More like she's sad?
No need to apologize. You've done nothing wrong. Although...
I prefer to finish this first sentence, but it doesn't happen. Although...
Never mind. It's nothing. Let's focus on helping our friend here first.
She reaches into the tank and scoops a handful of the water before dripping it back onto the floating elemental. The creature seems to enjoy it, as far as I can tell.
Any ideas?
An idea comes to mind after you mentioned that storage room. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Sit back and relax as Juliet departs. I'm glad she didn't get upset after all, but something was definitely bugging her. I wonder what it was. After a couple of minutes, I pick up the sound of something rolling down the stairs. I stand up and put my head out the door, and I spot Juliet pulling a red wagon behind her. With a rope handle. It wasn't very large, but should have more than enough room for the tank.
Whoa, you're a genius!
Smile, Juliet parks the wagon next to the bathtub.
As I said, you were the one who gave me the idea. Would you mind helping me lift it onto the wagon?
Sure.
With each take, we each take one end and carefully move the tank. Juliet also brought a number of tight straps to help keep it in place. Once it's all set up, the elemental is safe and secure. I kneel down and get my face level to the glass.
How do you like that?
This time, the elemental shifts into the biggest grin I've ever seen.
Looks like we've got a winner.
Wonderful. If I watch the library, would you mind taking it back home? You're welcome to borrow an umbrella.
No problem. Be back soon.
I thought it was raining. Why do I need an umbrella? Taking a towel and an umbrella for myself from the front door, I beat the elemental outside and onto the path. It's cloudy out and more gray than blue, but at least it's not raining. Right now. Still, I don't want to waste any time.
Is anywhere in the river okay?
The elemental bobs up and down.
I know just the place then.
Muddy path slows down the wagon a bit, but it isn't too bad. When I go downhill, I have to be careful not to let it go out of control. But other than that, it's pretty easy. The bottom of the hill, it's not too far from the spot I had in mind. I noticed a small abandoned ramp into the river, way back when I was still living in the woods. But it wasn't useful to me then.
Don't know why anyone built this place, but it sure worked out for me.
Nearly near the bottom of the ramp, I wrapped the wagon's rope around my wrist, keep it from rolling away. and undo the straps of the tank. With both hands, I gently lift the tank onto its side. The water and elemental spill out, splitting down the dirty concrete and onto the river. The water begins to churn immediately, bubbling as if something huge is coming to the surface. A rushing sound echoes from the empty area, where a torrent of water suddenly shoots upwards, like a fountain, arcing clear over me. As I look up, I see the elemental shimmering into the water, catching the light from the sun just one brief moment. The most beautiful, vivid rainbow I've ever seen hovers before me, so close that I could touch it. Then the water and elemental crash back into the river, and everything goes still. I smile, certain that I understand.
You're welcome.
Welcome. Glad you're happy. Rain, 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 come back. Rainy morning puts an unlucky water element in a sticky situation. Interesting. The garden. I feel a little aimless, so I decide to spend a day in the botanical garden, checking out the plants at my own pace. My leisurely browsing reminds me of some weird flowers I've ever noticed before. They're green and red, shaped so weirdly. They also look like they have little mounds with teeth. Mouths with teeth. I know it's not, you're not really supposed to touch things in botanical gardens, but I want to see what those weird teeth petals feel like. Poke. Yuck! It's trying to bite me. What the heck? I reel my hand away as fast as I can, relieved to discover the plant has an extremely weak grip. As I do, it opens its maw back up, waiting for the next unsuspecting fool. Scary. I don't know where those flowers could. I don't know if flowers could bite you. I'm gonna go look for some more normal flowers now, and I'll keep my hands to myself this time. Love Venus fur traps. All day it's been showering, on and off. Raindrops still pattered on the roof. I mean, even now, at least the frogs outside are comfortable, happily croaking away in the dark night. To stay off the cold, I keep a warm blanket wrapped around me while sitting up watching TV. I don't really understand all the complicated things the presenters are talking about, but it's interesting to see their reports from all around the world. My ears pick up as I hear someone walking up to the door, and a series of 3 knocks gently ring out against it. Always 3 for Juliet.
Yeah?
I'm making some tea. Would you care to join me? I can make some hot chocolate as well.
Ooh!
Sure. Be right down.
Oh my god, look at this cute outfit. Nice cute PJs. A warm drink sounds nice right now. Not wanting to leave my cozy blanket, I decided to hold it tightly around myself and waddle down to the kitchen with it. The stairs prove a little difficult, but I manage. There are already 2 mugs sitting on the table when I arrive, and the kettle is already steaming. As I take my seat, Juliet pours boiling water to each of them.
You knew what I was gonna say before you even asked me, huh?
I had a feeling, yes.
Pushing at my mug across the table, my hands peek out from the cradle it. Happy for the warmth, hold the mug for a while before tasting the steaming hot chocolate inside.
I like the hot chocolate you make even better than the stuff at the Bell House.
Why, thank you. I'm happy to hear that. Although I imagine Aspen wouldn't be.
Probably not.
Do you ever go there? Now that I think about it, I'm surprised we've never gone together.
I mean, it makes sense, let's be honest, let's be fair.
We haven't. Well, why don't we change that sometime then?
Ooh,
Perhaps we can meet Aspen for breakfast there instead. It has been a while since I've stopped by.
ooh, sounds fun.
Sure! I've never gotten any food from there. Only drinks.
You're in for a treat then. They serve delicious pastries and sandwiches.
Ooh!
There's a particular one that I know Aspen enjoys. Although, I can't remember what it was.
Oh.
That's okay. I'm sure I'll be fine with anything they have. I can't remember the last time I tried something that I didn't like.
That must come in handy when traveling the world so much, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Can't afford to be picky when you don't know the next time you'll even have options.
Have you found a favorite food? Or type of cuisine that you most enjoy?
Not really. Most of the time, I just eat junk food or leftovers. Not really anything fancy.
Good point, good point.
Understandable. If there's ever a certain dish or meal that you'd like to try, it would be my pleasure to help make that happen. Perhaps we could even learn to cook it here at home, so you could have it any time?
Sure!
I toss that onto a metal plate of a mental pile of if there's ever anything that Juliet's ever offered me. I know she means well, but at this point, I can't remember everything she said that about. Juliet was continuing to chat for a while, and I recount the full day's events from the elemental to Juliet, wrapping up my story at the point where I came home from the river.
Oops! That reminds me. I never put away the wagon. Let me know where it goes, and I can take it upstairs when I go back to my room.
Wagon? Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
What? Juliet quickly looks away, taking a sponge and busying herself cleaning some loose sugar off the counter. But it's obvious that something's off. I'm not sure what to do. It's so rare that Juliet's the one who seems uncomfortable. In fact, it's the only time I can think of. Other than when I first met her, of course, when I sort of tried to steal that painting.
By the way, who does all that stuff belong to? The wagon and the toys, that is. Were they part of the library children's section before or something?
No, they were personal possessions, not part of the library.
Oh, like from when you were a kid. I'm surprised you managed to keep them for that long then.
No, not my childhood.
Huh?
What? The sponge stops moving. Juliet's shoulders slump as she gives up trying to work. I feel a little bad for making her act so oddly.
If you don't want to talk about it, that's totally fine. Sorry. I didn't know it was sensitive. I'm really, really sorry.
It's fine. You couldn't have known. Besides, perhaps it's only right that you know.
Know what?
She turns back towards me, taking a breath before she continues. Her eyes don't look at me, though. Their eyes don't look at me, though. They're looking past me.
Do you remember when, several weeks ago, I told you that I met someone who changed my life? Someone who made me want to be a better person?
Yeah.
Well, her name, my daughter's name, is Cosette.
You have a daughter?
Yes, and she's been the biggest blessing in my many, many years of life. Although she's not of my own flesh and blood, she was my child.
Oh.
I found her on my doorstep one morning, tucked into a basket with a blanket and scarf around her. It was cold that morning. So very cold. When I opened my door and saw the silent bundle there, I feared that she was dead. But she was not. She was so very alive, and despite the cold, so very, very warm. She was barely a year old, if that. Yet she didn't cry. She could have been there all night for all I knew, but she never uttered a sound. I brought her inside, of course, just so she wouldn't freeze. Beyond that, I was panicked and confused. I'd never wanted a human child. I didn't even know how to raise one. To this day, I don't know why whoever abandoned her chose my doorstep to leave her on, of all places. But how wonderfully, impossibly lucky I was. Because she didn't cry, I thought she might be mute. But that wasn't the case. She had a great deal to say, and as she got older, she would talk and talk. Every word was like music, a melody to my ears only. I felt so fortunate, and so unprepared. I suddenly had the life and well-being of another in my own hands. Her future, her everything. It was a responsibility I had never asked for, and likely would have never asked for if my life hadn't changed that day. She grew and grew, from a curious baby to precocious child, then to a confident young lady, and finally to a lovely woman. I couldn't have been more proud as a mother. Every graduation, every breakup, every smile and tear changed my life. As my daughter, of course it would be true to say that I raised her, but it was mutual. She also made me into the person I am today.
Once Juliet finishes speaking, I let out a breath I don't remember holding. Just as when she first started speaking, her gaze is still fixed on the empty wall, somewhere above my head. Just like when Aspen gets stuck in one of her books, I can tell that Juliet's mind is somewhere else entirely.
The moment that I resolved to raise her, I made a promise to myself and to her. A promise that I would do all in my power to make the world Cosette lived in, grew up in, a better one that I had experienced. That I would show her how to find the beauty and the joy in all things dark and terrible. In a sense, I ceased to exist as a single person. My life was no longer my own. It was tied, forever and always, to another.
So, all those toys and things.
Yes, the treasures and mementos of another life. Of happy days filled with laughter. Of scraped knees and tummy aches. Of heartbreak and homecomings. I keep them there as not simply a reminder, but a tribute to those times.
Whoa. I would have never guessed any of that. I never knew you were a mom.
Her gaze returns to me. The world that we're in now. She gives a little smile, but it looks fragile.
Well, I suppose it's not something I speak of very often.
Does she live here in Wellington? Could I meet her?
Juliet regards me with a strange look. Similar to earlier, with the elemental. It's not that she looks angry, but like she's thinking about something very hard. Stare back. Not sure what else to do, or what I might have said wrong. Like always, her expression soon softens.
She is in Wellington, yes. A bit of a walk, but not too far. You can go in the morning if you'd like.
Oh.
It's been a little while since I have.
Oh. I think I know.
Sure, fine by me. I guess it is getting kind of late for a visit, huh?
Oh.
It is indeed. Speaking of which, I actually have some business I must tend to myself. Will you be alright on your own, Miho?
I think I know.
Oh, yeah, of course. Don't worry about me.
I get it. I understand.
Have a good night then.
Oh.
See you in the morning.
See.
See you. I'll be ready to go first thing.
As Juliet leaves, I watch her go. It might be me, but it seems like she's left in a hurry after saying all that. Maybe she and Cosette had an argument about something. Or maybe she just didn't want me to meet the other person in her life. I'm probably just imagining it. The way she talks about Cosette, it's so different the way I've heard Juliet talk about anything, or anyone else. I can tell she cares a lot about her. Hopefully, though, it'll make more sense tomorrow, after I get to meet her. When I finally decide to head up to my room, I take the wagon back up first. As promised, I have to pick it up and carry it, get it up the stairs, but fortunately, it's not that heavy, even with my blanket blown up inside. Once I get to the second floor, I put it down and drag it the rest of the way to the storage room. After pushing the wagon into the empty slot, I take a proper look around. Now that I know what this room actually contains, more than just toys, I was just about racks of clothes and stacks of books, and all kinds of other belongings. The whole room is pretty packed. Slowly making my way back to the door, I carefully maneuver between a rocking horse and a dollhouse, taking care not to step on anything or knock it over. Taking one last peek around before I head to my own room, I get the feeling that there's nothing missing from Cosette's childhood in here. I can't say for sure, but it certainly seems like Juliet hasn't let anything go. I have an idea where we're going. The morning air is fresh and crisp. The plants around us looking healthier for the drink last night. From the drink last night. A handful of small puddles here and there are all that remain of yesterday's rain, likely to be completely dried up in a few hours. As I stand by the front door of the library, Violet walks up beside me and unfolds her parasol, bringing it over her head.
Shall we depart? It's about a 30-minute walk from here, so perhaps we'll take a ride back once we're done.
Yep. Will you be okay in the sun with that?
Yes. It's still early enough that I don't need to worry too much.
Lead
Well, that's
on,
good to
then.
hear. Stepping out into the brilliant morning, I stretch and roll my shoulders. It's a nice day, not too cold, not too hot. As always, Juliet's steps are measured and even as she walks. Her parasol bows with each step, making it look like she's wearing a big hat from the angle. I smile at myself at that image. As I skip along beside her, even with protection from the sun, it's rare to see Juliet out in the daylight.
So, I was wondering something. If your daughter lives so close, then why doesn't she come to visit more often? I've been here for a couple months now.
Although she clearly heard me, Juliet doesn't answer. Maybe it's too personal a question. Because things are tense between them? I've never seen Juliet not answer one of my questions before, so I don't push it. Juliet remains quiet as we keep walking. This is a bit unusual for her, but I still feel a little awkward.
Sorry if I shouldn't have asked that.
No, it's all right. You'll see when we get there, though.
Okay.
We head in a direction that I haven't explored before. We're in the same area as the garden, but not quite the same spot. A massive green hill watches over us from one side, while trees like the other one. After crossing a small bridge that runs over the highway, we reach another beautiful area. The concrete path we walked along is lined with bushes and flowers, and occasional decorative lamps. There are a few houses peeking through the trees, which ring the area. But most of the field is still covered in nature.
Whoa. Are we getting close?
Yes, we're very nearly there. This is Bolton Street Park.
She's pretty lucky to live in a place like this, huh?
Even as a child, Cosette had an affinity for the woods and trees.
I get that. I'll bet she would love to be able to turn into a bat or a fox.
I'm taken off guard by Juliet letting out a great laugh. I don't think I've ever seen her like this. A little giggle or rarely a chuckle from time to time, sure, but never anything so relaxed and sincere. A grin spreads on my face from watching her.
Yes, I think you're right about that.
There are only a handful of houses around the park, so I wonder which one is Cosette's. Time and time again, we walk on past rooms which lead to any of them. As I start to wonder where it is we're going, Juliet slowly comes to a stop. The main path forks into two here. Though to our left, a well-trodden dirt path. There's a sign, but I can't quite read the writing yet.
Everything okay? We're not lost, are we?
Heavens, no.
A number of tall trees shade the path that we're on, giving enough protection for Juliet to slide her parasol shut. She takes a deep breath. She takes a deep, silent breath, and smiles and gestures down the offshoot for us.
It's right this way. Just a little further.
Nodding, I follow again as she leads us onwards. Right away, I notice that something is a little bit off. Juliet's steps are slower and a bit more uneven. Like she doesn't want to go to wherever we're going. After 3 minutes of walking in silence, she takes one last turn off from the path we were on, leading me on a small hill dotted with trees. Once we reach the crest, Juliet comes to a stop. So confused, I step up beside her.
Here we are.
Huh? I don't see... Oh.
In the shade of one of the trees is a gray stone monument. Its edges are rough and worn from time, but it's spotlessly clean. There are others like it nearby, practically identical. Words are carved into the stone, too small for me to read easily. I've never visited before, but I realize what this place is. I suddenly mouth the letters of the word at the top of. I suddenly word the letters of the word at the top, even though I'm pretty sure I know what it's going to say. The C, then an O, and then an S. Cosette's grave is preserved perfectly. I'm sure Juliet wouldn't stand for anything else.
I'm... sorry. I didn't...
It's okay, Miho. I'm aware you didn't know, but I wanted you to.
He turns back to the grave, gently running a hand over the curved stone.
My beautiful, precious daughter passed away years ago. Almost 2 decades by now. She lived a long, full life. and spent her final moments with those she loved. The last words she told me, the last words she ever said to me.
Juliet's shoulders shake without a sound. They stand there, helplessly. She shudders as she takes a deep breath.
Or that she couldn't have been happier.
What was she like?
She was so many things that it's almost impossible to answer. I think you would have liked her. I'm sure she would have loved you. She was adventurous and free, sometimes stubborn to a fault. Once her heart was set on something, there was no stopping her. Everything she did vividly, to the fullest. Even if the very laws of existence told her something was impossible, she would try anyway. She was endlessly kind, with compassion for every living thing, from the smallest insect to the largest, most ferocious beast. She saw the value in all of them.
She gives a small smile as she looks at me, even as tears well in her eyes. I gulp to try and force down my own emotions.
You should have seen her as a child. She would talk your ear off. Both of them, if you'd let her. There wasn't a single person near us who didn't know who she was. So open and free was she. That warmth and care. It was the core of her life. If she saw someone in need, she would rush to their aid. It just naturally came to her. If you or I see someone hurting, we may choose to help. For Cosette, it wasn't a choice. It was simply who she was. To know her was to adore her. Every day that went by, I was more and more proud of her. Those virtues never faded a bit. Even on her last day, she was worried for me more than anything. I promised her that I would...
Juliet sobs, dragging her hand across her face. All I could do is watch. My own emotions a storm that tosses me in all different directions. The pain in Juliet's shaky voice is enough to make my own breath tremble. But beyond that, something else. Something eating at me that I don't want to acknowledge. Juliet turns back towards the grave, taking a couple steps closer, unfurling her parasol. Holds it over her shoulder, like a shield, guarding herself from the sunlight. She's almost able to stand a little straighter.
I promised her that I would live as she did, to honor her memory with kindness and with virtue and with compassion and patience for all, that I would ensure her legacy lived on in the many lives she had touched. It was only in the days that followed her passing, as I wandered lost and alone, that I truly began to understand how much she had saved my own life. The gift she gave me was something I'd never had before. Purpose. How very silly and irrelevant things such as wealth and prestige began to seem after that. Those were fleeting concepts, born of some misplaced need or desire. There was something that could be much greater. Something well beyond money and power. Love. As a word, it's difficult to understand. To hear the poets speak of it, there's nothing mightier and nothing softer. Love was either everything or it was nothing. It had always seemed so trite, so immature. An attempt to create meaning where there is none. And yet, I've found that the poets were right. They were so right. You and I, Miho. To be able to live on, unaffected by time's curse, must surely seem a blessing to some, but that time is meaningless without something to fill it. To those of us who walk alongside Father Time, rather than fleeing him, it's awfully lonely. When I first became a vampire, I told myself that I had no more need for humans, that I was beyond them. Now, I realize I was afraid. There's a simple contentment and joy that can only be found in experience and age, I've learned. Wisdom does not exclude humans. But to look on as one's vibrant hair fades to grey, and as one's strong hands soften their grips, as one's treasured memories become distant, there is pain. To watch someone you love grow up is beautiful. To watch them grow old is to suffer. Cosette lived into her 80s. A good, long life for a human. Even as her flesh started to fail her, her mind never did. She was sharp as a sword and quick as a fox. For a human, there is no kinder, gentler end than that of old age. And every day, I'm thankful that Cosette was one of those lucky ones. To slip away peacefully and painlessly. As I held that soft, shaky hand for the last time, I wished desperately that I could trade places with her. I would have done anything to give her just one more day. But there was nothing to be done. Cosette passed on with no regrets, and a smile on her face. She lived as full a life as any human could live. And when she was gone, I was still there. My flesh not a day older than when I met her. It was then that I realized what a cruel gift immortality could be. What a slow, repetitive torture if I chose to let it. So for the sake of Cosette's memory, and of the promise I made, I swore that I would continue to live as I had not lived before. For virtue, for friendship, for others. For tomorrow, to die is human. To live is a privilege.
With absolute clarity. The storm inside me calms as I pass through its eye. There's a sense of finality to Juliet's words, which leaves them ringing in my ears. I stumble backwards without thinking about it. To die is human. All humans. Cosette. Someday, Aspen. But also, in mine. My person. Understanding hits me like an arrow to the heart. I barely noticed the look of surprise on Juliet's face as I transform from a talon, fleeing into the forest. My person, one I've searched for my entire life, is dead too. Long dead. No matter what happened after they left the forest, the nature of the human lifespan means that they lived different lifetimes. They lived lifetimes ago. Generations ago. As I run farther and farther away, one thought echoes above the others. All this time, all these years, all these decades, it's been for nothing. I dig my claws through the earth with every step, tearing at the roots and leaves. I do know the name of the feeling pulling and tugging at me, the one that had taken over Juliet as she stood there, one I've heard of, but never felt until now. Grief. Every lie, every theft, every insult, every hardship, everything. For nothing. That word swirls in my head, a dying leaf, drifting towards the ground, falling, powerless to stop itself. Finally, come to a stop. Not even knowing where I am, or for how long I ran, I stop where I lost the will. And I lose the will to run anymore, transforming onto my knees. Every decision I've made, every place I've gone, had all been in service of one dream. For time, I grew to rely on it. I didn't ever have to think or make a difficult decision for myself. Instead, it was like I had a path to follow, however long. But that path wasn't actually leading anywhere. All it did was take me far away and leave me on my own. When I sit on my feet, I look around the area. Although the trees and slopes remind me of Mount Victoria, I don't recognize it at all. Juliet's nowhere to be seen. The sprawling sunlight means she couldn't join me, or even if she wanted to. Even if she found me, I wonder if she's looking. Juliet has always seemed so calm and put together. Behind that mask, she was hiding all these feelings. What else did I know about her? What else has she been keeping to herself? Is it just more pain? An ice cold chill runs down my spine, making me shudder as I realize something else. He must have known too. My person was dead. He must have figured it out right away. Yet, he never told me. After too, she tell me. Every pain, look, or topic changed whenever I brought up Youngin makes sense. They both knew. They were hiding it from me all along. This whole time letting me go on and get my hopes up. Without ever stopping me or telling me the truth. It was so simple too. So obvious. Even if I just thought about it for a bit myself, I realized that human lives and humans live and die much faster than my kind do. Sighing, I sit down on the grass, wrapping my arms around my knees. I mash one palm my eye. I mash one palm into my eye to wipe away the tears that were there.
Stop crying, Mio.
With a few deep breaths, I managed to fight away the stinging pressure and keep myself from breaking down even more. I sigh again. Once I'm certain I won't turn into a sob. Now that the initial shock was worn off, the pain in my heart has gone, and from a sharp stab to a dull throb. Aside from pure survival instinct, death has always been distinct. Always been distant and faceless to me. But I now have to look it in the eye. My time with Jolene was short. Thousands of times shorter than the time I've spent looking for them since then. Still, it was all I had. Where do I even go from here? The sun is getting higher, so Juliet must have made her way home by now. She might even be waiting for me to come back. We both know I have to at some point. It's getting hotter for me too. Shakily. I rise to my feet and look around again. Actually trying to get my bearings. If I had to, I can just go back the direction I came from until I find somewhere familiar. I start walking back towards the library, since it's the only place I have to go. I may think of it as home for now, but I can't help but picture Juliet's having face. Immortal or not, there has to come a time where we won't see each other. That will be the end of our memories together. Or at least, our memories of me. The same goes for Aspen, as mortal as that. Can I just resign myself to this feeling of pain again someday? Potentially even stronger? Maybe she was right. The other Gumiho. Maybe I don't belong anywhere. Bro. By the time I get back to the library, I'm exhausted from the walk and sun. I throw open the library door and go inside, walking past my empty seat at the front desk. Juliet's nowhere to be seen. Only patrons. They've always managed just fine without me, though. Plodding up to my room, I grab my blanket from my bed and wrap it around myself before I lower myself to the floor. That's when the tears hit me again. This time, I can't hold them back. Slouching onto my side, I can't even try. There's no point. As I expected, in less than a minute, there's a sound at my door. 3 knocks. Always 3.
Miho? Is that you? Are you alright?
I don't respond. I don't even know if I want to see Juliet right now. She's part of this too, after all. She pauses outside for a moment, but a few seconds later, Juliet opens the door anyways.
Oh, Miho.
The pity in her voice tells me everything I need to know. I can only imagine what I must look like, covered in a blanket and lying on the floor. I must look pathetic, childish. It must be how I always look to her.
Miho, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Juliet trails off, still just inside the door. I can see her legs and cane, but not her face. I can picture the concern at it, though.
Didn't mean to what?
The words come out as a growl, surprising even myself. But I can't pretend. Not now. She let herself in. She can deal with it. Her cane sways from side to side as she wrings her hands, almost knocking the wall more than once.
Mean for you to put things together this way. Such a painful way. I wanted...
So you did know.
Hi, Decker. Welcome to Emotions. Miho, just recently realized that the person she's been looking for years, decades, has been dead all along. She'd been in denial, probably, but it's only realized now after she met Juliet's deceased daughter. Pausette's grave. cut her off without thinking. She confirms my suspicions. With one arm, I push myself up, letting the blanket fall away from my face as I glare daggers at Juliet.
Pardon?
You knew.
Slowly, I rise to my feet, my head pounding, and I can hear my blood pumping as anger rises from me, bubbling out like liquid magma.
All this time they've been dead, and you knew, didn't you? You probably knew from the first time I told you about them, right?
She stifles, and then Juliet sighs deeply. It's all anyone ever seems to do around me here.
I did. Yes.
Why? Why didn't you tell me?
Although tears are beginning to choke my voice again, I manage to shout out my question, my accusation.
I've been looking like such an idiot. I'm already an idiot compared to you and to Aspen. Every day I'm reminded of that. But this really takes the cake, doesn't it? I've been wasting my whole entire life over something everyone else can figure out right away.
Miho, it isn't like that.
Then why? Tell me why you didn't tell me sooner. Or Aspen. She knows too, right?
Juliet nods meekly. My eyes burn, my nose is running, my face hurts in every way possible.
We didn't know how.
Know how? What do you mean, know how?
It really is. They really are. I can't hold myself from shouting. I feel so stupid, so angry, so sad.
Please, Miho, try to understand. We were still just getting to know you. You barely trusted Aspen or me. If we just told you that the person you were looking for was deceased, we didn't know how you'd take it. You might not even believe us, for one thing. Or perhaps it would give you cause to run away again.
Oh God.
As the weeks went on, we wanted to, but it never seemed to be the right time. Neither of us wanted to be the one to, out of nowhere, bring your whole world crashing down. Not when you were trying so hard. You seemed so happy. It felt more cruel to ruin that in a way. I'm sorry, Miho. I truly am. It was wrong of me to let it go this long without saying anything, but believe me, I only hesitated out of love. Aspen and I both. We simply couldn't bring ourselves to break your heart that way.
A lot of good that did. Juliet sniffles, and I have to look away. I want to see her cry again. Not while I'm already like this. Sleeping on the floor, I pick my blanket back up and wrap it around myself again. And as I do, I can't help but think of how it's not really my blanket. Juliet's. She's just letting me use it. Everything else.
Go away.
My relief. She doesn't try to argue. Doesn't even say anything else. She just nods and silently leaves the room. The second the door shuts behind her, I collapse in my bed, my pillow over my face, and succumb to my grief. My everything hurts when I wake up. Damp pillow still covering me. My face and my head hurt from crying. My body hurts from passing out in an uncomfortable position. I didn't even mean to fall asleep. I must have cried myself into it. Memories of yesterday don't even give me a chance to wake up before they flood my brain, pulling a groan out of me in response. I don't want to get up. I don't want to leave my bed. What's even the point? Still, I know I have to. Just ask him what in the next few hours. Do that too, eventually. I don't know what to say, or even what I want to hear. As much as I'd just like to avoid everything and everyone, the rational part of me knows that I can't. Instead, my magic and bead force me to confront them. Like always, either get up or be forgotten. It's not really much of a choice. I sluggishly get dressed and wipe down my face. Just still red from trying. When I trot downstairs to where we'd normally be having breakfast, except it's later than usual. There's food on the table for me, but it's long since cold, and I can hear the sounds of conversation and movement. I mean, the library is already open. Life goes on, with or without me. I cram down the slices of cold toast and browning apple without really tasting them, just knowing that I need the nourishment. Then I wander up to the front of the library where Juliet is seated in my spot at the desk. When she notices me approaching, I can see her struggling to decide how to greet me. Uncertainty, plain in her eyes. Can't decide either, so I just settle for a stiff nod.
Hey.
Good morning, Miho.
Voice is awkwardly stifled. It seems out of place for Juliet. I gesture at the stack of books next to her and the half-filled checkout sheet.
You can go to bed. I can take over from here.
Juliet shakes her head, looking a little more confident in the motion.
No, it's all right. You're in no state to be working today. Let me handle it instead.
Really, it's fine.
Patron starts to approach the counter. A couple books in hand, I start to reach for them, but Juliet stands up and blocks me off.
Good morning. All set to check out?
I let my hand fall to my side. The person checking out the books looks a little confused, but settles on talking to Juliet instead of me. Fine then. She wants to. She can do it. She has the same practiced tone of voice when it comes to helping a stranger that Aspen does. Aspen calls it her customer service voice. Me, same as how I'd sound when trying to deceive someone or get something out of them. The only difference is I'm not sure I could pull mine off now, like she can. Then again, it seems like Juliet must have always been good at hiding her feelings. Wordlessly, I turn around and step out from behind the desk, passing by the guest on my way out of the door. In the corner of my eye, I can see Juliet watching me as I go, even as she deftly handles the checkout. The fresh air is an instant relief, and I gulp it in as I stretch out my arms, just basking in the sun for a moment. I started walking to the Bell House because I need to see Aspen before it gets too late. Fortunately, we had a late breakfast yesterday, so I have a bit more leeway than usual. I do my best to keep my head empty on the way there before I let myself think it'll turn bad. I instead just focus on putting one foot in front of the other, and on paying the minimum amount of attention to my surroundings, just enough to get out, just enough to get me there. Aspen herself is working on the counter when I enter the cafe, and she waves eagerly when she sees me.
Oh, Miho! I was just thinking of taking my break early to come see you. Juliet said you were feeling a little under the weather this morning.
I make my way up to the register, staring blankly at the menu. I could actually read some of it if I tried, but I'm not.
can see what she means. Are you alright?
I shrug.
Yeah, I'm fine. Let me get,
The names of the different drinks that I like all swirl around in my head. But somehow picking one feels like an impossible challenge. I wasn't actually planning to stay or get something to drink, I just started ordering out of habit.
whatever you recommend.
Frowning, Aspen taps something on the machine. I reach for my wallet, but she waves a hand to stop me.
It's on me. Go sit down and I'll bring you something soon.
Thanks.
Leaving her to that, I trudge to the booth and sit down, resting my head in my arms and closing my eyes. I could have just come inside and left again as soon as Aspen saw me. But I know that I wouldn't feel any better anywhere else I chose to go. At least this way I get a free drink out of it. I don't open my eyes again until I hear the sound of Aspen setting a cup down in front of me, before taking a seat herself.
Thanks. Again.
Sitting up, I have a taste of whatever it is Aspen brought me. It's scalding hot and bitter.
What's in this?
Coffee!
Just coffee.
What else?
Just
Espresso? You look like you need it.
It's just coffee, okay? Gingerly, I take another sip, bracing myself against the heat.
One of your recipes?
No, I don't know who invented it, but it's been my go-to for years when I need a pick-me-up. Don't you feel more awake now?
Oh yes, awake, that was indeed my problem. The aftertaste lingers in my mouth, but I drink some more anyway.
Unfortunately.
Then it's doing its job.
Yay!
You really do look a mess, though.
Whoa!
Were you crying?
As soon as Aspen takes a second to look at my face, I see her take on the same look of concern as Juliet. I raise my cup to my lips again, just to hide myself.
Yeah?
There's an awful scraping sound as Aspen slides her chair a little closer to mine. Taking one of my hands in hers, I pull away immediately.
Sorry, I should have asked first. What's wrong? Did I do something?
Her face starts to redden. I already know what's coming next.
It's fine.
I don't know how to respond, so instead I opt for a question that's been lingering in my mind.
Do you know who Cosette is?
Cosette? No, I don't believe I know the name. Is she a friend of yours?
No. Don't worry about it.
If Aspen doesn't know, I'm not going to be the one to tell her. Still, it didn't surprise me in the slightest that Juliet never mentioned her before, even though the two of them are surprisingly close friends. As for my human, though, may as well just get out there and at least... Might as well just get it out there. At least then we'll be on the same page.
I found out my person is dead.
Although I've been sitting with that thought for hours now, it's the first time I've said the words out loud. To my surprise, they come out as steady as everything else. At least I don't feel like I'm going to cry.
Oh.
Finally, I glance at Aspen herself. Just like Juliet, I can see her eyes widen and mouth drop as she tries to think of something more to say.
And you knew, didn't you?
This hurts. Her hands toy it uselessly with an abandoned straw wrapper on the table.
I suspected as much, yes.
I sigh. Not surprised at all. I don't even have the energy to be that upset. Compared to when I was dealing with Juliet.
I'm sorry,
It's okay. Juliet already said it.
Well, I'm saying it too. I'm sorry. It seems you probably didn't find out in the best way. Not that there is a best way. That was why we were afraid to tell you. We didn't know how... Actually, I'm just going to stop talking.
Really? It's fine.
Cut her off flatly, before she could start over apologizing. Being apologized to make me uncomfortable. Being apologized to makes me uncomfortable. Like an itch I can't scratch. Putting my chin in my hands, I look out the window to the sunny day. Outside, it's as nice as it's ever been here.
I just wish you would have told me.
Your reflection, as the aspen nod.
If it makes you feel any better, we were going to, soon. We'd already decided, but not on how. I assume Juliet told you.
More or less, yeah. She said something that made me figure it out.
I see.
Both of them just accepted my being upset so easily. Neither of them tried to argue or anything, just apologized. I'm not sure how I feel about this, just like I'm not sure if Aspen's words make me feel better or not. But also, I have to ask them. I have to ask what I'm getting out of doing this to myself. And to her. To Juliet. Sitting here, silently. Doing in my emotions. What felt like burning rage last night now feels less explosive. I do wish we'd been more honest. They'd been more honest with me, but they were both just trying to be nice. It's not like I haven't done the things they were afraid of before, like run away. If that's the case, is it really okay to still be upset with them? Sorting through complicated emotions is difficult. I like when things are straightforward and I know to be sad or mad or something else. Right now, seeing how sad it's also made Juliet and now Aspen, it doesn't make me feel better either. If nothing else, I should at least tell them how I feel, or try to. Close my eyes for a beat. I feel my first real decision since leaving for Carlotte's grave with Juliet yesterday. What's is done. Aspen's sorry for not telling Miho the truth sooner.
Are you busy tonight? I want to talk with you and Juliet. Together.
She startles at the sound of my voice. I guess she didn't expect me to say anything else.
I'll be there. Just tell me when.
I don't know yet. I have to ask Juliet, but I'll have her let you know.
Okay, that works for me.
I stand up slowly. Aspen does the same. I can tell from the way she's still fidgeting and nervous. Though, something's bothering her. There's a tiny pop as she snaps the paper straw wrapper in half.
Can you tell me one thing, though? Are you leaving?
She's really worried about that, isn't she? I feel a bit more confident about one thing as I shake my head.
No, I won't go anywhere.
Well, I think I'm gonna go somewhere. That somewhere being the garden. Botanical garden. Ugh. The emotions. I was not expecting that, like, the emotions today. After getting back to the library, I made the same request to Juliet about being able to talk together. Not only did she agree, she suggested that we go somewhere else for a change of pace. We shared a quiet taxi ride up to the botanical garden, not far from Cosette's grave. Neither of us tried to talk, which suited me fine. I spent the whole ride trying to think about what I want to say. Imagine Juliet did the same. The taxi driver drops us as close to the entrance as possible, tipping his hat in thanks as Juliet pays him before driving away, leaving the two of us mostly alone. There are a few people around, but most of them are leaving than entering at this time of the evening. One of those people, a figure sitting on the bench, reading, stands up and approaches us. When we step into the light, it turns out to be Aspen.
It's certainly a new feeling to be the one waiting, instead of waited for.
Hi, Aspen.
Hi, Aspen.
Good evening, Aspen. I hope we didn't keep you waiting for long.
No, not at all. Besides, I can hardly complain when it gives me an opportunity to catch up on some reading. I thought about exploring the gardens a little, but I wasn't sure I'd be able to find my way back out.
There are worse places to be lost, at least. Thank you for indulging my request to come here in the first place.
It was a good idea. Not to say the library's gotten boring, but...
We never really go anywhere else?
I feel better now than I did this morning, at least enough to make a couple jokes. A lot of things still weigh heavy on my mind, but I'm trying to not just be an emotionless rock. That wouldn't help anyone.
Precisely. I've never been here before either, so I'm eager to see the gardens.
Right, nice.
It's been a while since I've been here myself, but I believe I remember a nice spot I used to visit with.
After finishing her sentence, Juliet simply begins to walk. Her cane makes a steady click sound as it taps against the stone path. I've been reading off some of the signs that we pass by. Signs which I never give a second glance to.
Stonebridge Gully. That sounds rather poetic. Perhaps I'll use it in a story sometime. Ah, Pine Hill Path too. Whoever named these gardens was having fun, weren't they?
That they were. Juliet still seems preoccupied, not ignoring us, but not seeming to pay much attention either. She does wait while Aspen pauses to read one of the big signs that talk about the garden. She writes a little bit in her notebook, then hurries back to us.
Sorry, one of the photos there caught my eye and I wanted to take some notes for further research. I hadn't realized there was more to this park than just this one garden.
Really? Like what?
There's an old estate for one thing. Also another garden just for native plants. There's even a cemetery not far away that's apparently part of it.
The rhythm of Juliet's cane misses a beat, but she keeps walking. After a short uphill stroll, we reach our destination. A small brick path just jets out off the main road, leading to an overlook covered by glass. There are a handful of benches around, but all of them are unoccupied.
Would this do?
Oh, Juliet, it's breathtaking.
I have to agree. Aspen walks slowly to the edges of the overlook, resting a hand against the glass as she looks over the view. I stand beside her and do the same. We're higher up than I thought. With a good view of the rest of the botanical garden, from here I even spot the main gate, far across the same rolling green hills that I noticed a couple of days ago, towering over us. Though she smiles, Juliet doesn't join me, instead sitting down on the benches.
What do you think, Miho? How does it compare to some of the sights you've seen?
It's pretty nice. I like the view from up on Mount Victoria better, though.
Oh, it's been quite a while since I went up there. Perhaps I should see it myself sometime and compare.
You should. You can see the library from the top. I used to go up there to clear my head before I started living at the library.
I'll be sure to invite you along, then.
She lingered for just a moment more, gazing out at the darkening sky before taking a seat on the bench across from Juliet. Only I stay standing, pacing back and forth. Despite the pleasant chatter just a moment ago, now that we're all here and so before both Aspen and Juliet sit quietly, but expectantly, waiting for me to speak first. Since I was the one who asked them to come here, it falls on me to start the conversation. Where do I even begin? I've been thinking about that all day, and I've decided that maybe I should just start at the beginning. The very beginning.
I never told you anything about my person, right? About Changin.
They both shake their heads. Taking a deep breath and clearing my throat, I close my eyes and cast my mind back to the forest all those years ago.
I was just a regular fox back then. I don't know how old I was. Foxes don't think like that. All we know about is eating snacks and lying in the sun. That was all I really did, all day long. No hobbies or jobs or responsibilities. Just existing. I knew what humans were in the same way I knew what leopards and bears were. Big and scary and something to avoid. It was rare to see one in the forest, but it happened. Most of the time, they were noisy enough that you could hear them coming from far away and hide. That was the first thing that was different about my person, Changin. I was taking a nap in one of my favorite spots, an old log that had fallen over. Changin came all the way over and sat down before they woke me up. And when they did, I panicked. I ran and hid as fast as I could. I think they were surprised too. They didn't try to catch me or stop me. Instead, they kept their distance and tossed me a little bit of the meat they were eating. I didn't trust them and didn't know why they were sharing, but it smelled pretty good. So I grabbed the food and ran away, and eventually they left. When I went back to my log the next day, Changin showed up again too. I ran away again, but they still didn't chase me and let me come back on my own. We did the same thing the next day, and the next day, and the next. Then, one day, I was in a new part of the forest. I liked wandering around even as a fox. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going, when suddenly, it felt like my leg was on fire. I didn't know what it was at the time, but I'd walked right into a trap that a hunter left. I couldn't move as much as I tried, and it's still the scariest thing that ever happened to me. I was sure I was gonna die. Finally, Changin showed up. At first, I thought they were there to finish me off. Instead, they were worried for me. They knelt down and got my foot out of the trap, and then wrapped it with a part of their shirt to stop it from bleeding. That was when I finally figured out they weren't going to hurt me. I kept going to the grove to see them, and they kept being there. I let them get close enough to touch me after that. Still, they didn't do it much. It was only to check on my leg and make sure it was healing okay. One day I went, and they were waiting like always, but they brought a lot more food than usual. And they gave it all to me, hardly eating anything themselves. After I was finished, we sat together for a while. They sat on my log, and I laid in the grass nearby. Finally, they got up like usual and set two things on the ground. One was a bag of food, the same as they had just given me. The other was a little paper scroll. They patted me on the head for the first and only time. Then, they left our grove. At the time, I didn't think that day was anything special, other than the extra snacks. But it was the last time I'd ever see them. When I came back the next day, they weren't there. I waited, just in case they were late, but they never showed up. The scroll they left and some of the food were still there. Other animals had taken a lot of the food, but they didn't want the paper. I took the scroll with me when I left. I didn't know what it was, but it was theirs, so it had to be important. My only option was to carry it in my mouth. I went back again the next day, expecting them to show up, but they never did. I don't know how many more days it took before I realized they weren't coming back. Once I did, it was all I could think about. I kept looking for them, but I couldn't find them, as much as I wanted to. I didn't even know why I wanted to see them so badly. Just that I did. While I was thinking about that, I started to choke. Something came out of nowhere and was stuck in my throat. Finally, I coughed it up. A bead. I'd never seen it before, and definitely never swallowed it. I left it and went back to my den, but it was waiting for me there too. No matter where I went, it was always waiting. So finally, I touched it with my nose. Everything after that happened so fast. 1 second I was there, just a normal fox. The next, I was in this new form, not sure how or why. Some things came to me naturally, like using my new body and walking on 2 feet, and even how to turn back into a fox. But I still thought like an animal and acted like one. I didn't know any words that I could even think with. I had to learn those, and all kinds of other human behaviors the hard way, after getting chased away from villages and strangers that I met. Over time, I learned how to hide and blend in, and steal, and just how to survive. I followed Jung-in's scent all the way to the ocean. I'd never seen so much water, not even close. I had no idea how huge it was. I boarded a ship like Jung-in had, not knowing that it would take me somewhere different than the one they took. And I've been looking for them ever since.
When I open my eyes again, they're heavy with tears, but this time I don't try to hide them. I didn't mean to talk so long, but once I started remembering them, everything else just came naturally. Turning to face Aspen and Juliet, I see that they're crying too.
Oh, Miho. They sound like they were a wonderful person.
I can see why you never stopped searching for them. They were truly special, weren't they?
Yeah, they really were.
Remembering how their hand felt on my head, and the softness of their touch as they touching my leg, those thoughts hurt much as the hunter's trap did. But also, they make me smile too. I'm often worried that they might have forgotten me, but I don't think they did. They only knew me as a fox before I had my any magic. So the memory should have stayed intact. Those days weren't long, but they were special to me. I hope to Young-in too. So I don't want to let them become painful memories. I want to smile when I think about them.
Anyway, I'm sorry for getting so mad at you yesterday, Juliet. And for how I acted this morning with you, Aspen. I know that you both just wanted to keep me from getting hurt. But that's another thing, too. It feels like you're always looking after me, or taking care of me. There are lots of things I'm still learning, but I'm not weak. I've taken care of myself for a long time, you know. So, I don't want it to be like that anymore. I want you to be honest with me from now on, both of you. Even if it's something that would make me sad or angry. I promise that I won't run away without saying anything. I won't just disappear no matter what happens. Because if we're really friends, then we should trust each other, right? That's one of the things I've learned.
Having said everything I wanted, I finally sit down, taking a spot between the two of them, just like a breakfast every morning. For a second, the three of us sit there quietly, and Juliet begins to speak.
I hear what you say, Miho. And I agree. You're not the only one still learning things, you know? I have a long way to go to. For years, I felt it for the best to remain open, but guarded. If I maintained a comfortable distance, even from those I call my dearest friends, then I would be protecting myself. By never getting to know anyone too well, by withholding any meaningful details of my life, I thought to avoid the pain of loss again. But all I've done is keep myself from experiencing that joy of companionship again, while even causing hurt to others. I'm not too experienced when it comes to being honest to myself. Or perhaps only honest to a point. But you're right, Miho. That isn't how it should be. From here on out, I'll endeavor to be more open, more real, with both of you. For myself, and for you.
Juliet looks in our direction, but in particular at Aspen right now.
As such, Aspen, there's something that I'd like to tell you.
Begins telling Aspen about Cosette in much the same way she told me yesterday. I sit quietly and think about what she said. Hearing Juliet describe herself reminds me of me in a way. In the end, we're both always been running away, haven't we? Look how perfect and put together Juliet's always seemed. She's actually been struggling just as much. She was just better at hiding it than me. As Juliet recounts the vow she made in the honor of Cosette, I see Aspen listening with rapt attention, like when she gets really absorbed in one of her books. When Juliet finished her story, both of them have to wipe their eyes. Aspen rummages around in her bag and pulls out a small packet of tissues, offering one to Juliet for noisily blowing her nose and wiping her eyes.
God, that's certainly a lot to take in. Thank you for telling me, though. Cosette sounds like she was a wonderful person, just like Johnine. I wish I could have met her.
I wish you could have as well. She would have had endless stories to recount, and I know she would have loved to share them.
As for all the other stuff, first of all, I promise, to both of you, I want us to be truly friends as well. I don't have anything quite so dramatic in my past, but I certainly know how it feels to be performative. I can hardly fault you for curating your self-image when I do the same thing. It's kind of funny, actually, and a little scary to hear you talk about Cosette and Zhuangyin, because as someone who will one day be past tense, I often wonder about how I'll be remembered when I'm gone. Not that I expect that to be any time soon, but still, I hope that someone speaks of me just as fondly someday. There will be more than enough time for me to worry about that in the future, though. Right now, I'm glad we had this conversation. It was worth the near panic attack I had earlier, wondering what would be said tonight.
Me too. I still have a lot to think about, and I'm still sad. But I don't want to be sad forever. I know it's not what they would have wanted for me either. But I do know that I'm lucky I met you two, and that you're my friends. I want it to stay like that.
My cheeks burn from saying I'll say something like that out loud for the first time ever, but I liked saying it. Because it's true. Although I already made up my mind to stay, it's sitting here in the middle of the garden that I know I made the right decision. For all the doubts I had, all the struggles, I'm thankful that it happened. And I can finally admit that to myself. Maybe it won't turn out the way I expected, but once I'm content with my life right now.
Well said. And don't worry, Miho. We're not going anywhere.
Even if it's not always perfect, it doesn't need to be. Just like Juliet.
Oh, Miho, I'm glad too. The first time you stepped into the Bell House was one of the luckiest days of my life.
All I have to do is keep trying, like Aspen. So maybe another first time would be appropriate. Popping up from the bench, I grab Aspen's hand and Juliet's hand and pull them to their feet too. Oh my god. Look at them, it's so cute. Then, spreading my arms as wide as I can, I pull them both into a hug. Without hesitation, I feel them embrace me in return. From the first day at the cafe, all the way to now. It's chilly out here in the garden. In the cool evening air, but it's warm in Aspen and Juliet's arms. I smile to myself, and then to them, and to anyone who may be watching.
Mine too.
After spending a bit more time walking around the gardens last night, Juliet and I went back to the library, and Aspen took a bus back to her apartment. Once we got back, I fell asleep almost immediately, my brain finally getting some rest, some relief from all the emotions of the last few days. Lesbians. Yes, I know, lesbians. In the morning, once I go downstairs for breakfast, it's pleasantly familiar. Toast, eggs, and fruit, like always. And conversations about books and work in Wellington. After cleaning up, but before Aspen departs, Juliet clears her throat.
By the way, Aspen, I do believe this weekend is a special occasion. Am I correct?
I had been trying to ignore that until now, but yes.
Wait, what? What happens this weekend?
Special occasion? What's this about, Aspen?
This Friday is my birthday. A brutal reminder that, like we just discussed, time won't wait for me.
Birthday!
Whoa! Humans have parties for that, right? Are you gonna have a party?
No, I'm not turning 12.
Aww, boo!
How old are you turning?
Not 12?
Not 12! So, 13.
I thought parties were a thing you got to do your whole life.
I mean, why not?
That's not fair that only 12-year-olds get to have them.
It's not like that. They're just one of those things that you grow out of.
Why?
Why what?
Why do you grow out of them?
Her brows get some more creases. Let's try to explain this as much to herself as to me.
It's just part of being an adult. You get older and older and you reach the real world and then you don't feel like having a party, I suppose. When you're young, it's exciting getting older because there's so much you can't do as a child. Once you're an adult, you realize that what you thought adult life would be like isn't real. So instead of being excited that there's cake and ice cream, you start worrying about how many calories are in each.
What's a calorie?
Never mind.
Calories.
You know, Miho has a point.
She does?
I do?
I do!
I do!
You're never too old to have fun, as you both went out of your way to remind me.
Yes?
25 can be just as much a reason to celebrate as 5.
I suppose you're right. For the record, I'm only turning 24. Thank you very much.
Oh, I love these three.
Still, I'm not the partying type. Plus, I told my parents I'd go visit them this weekend.
Aww.
Just for a day, mind. I'll be back well before 24 hours have passed.
Better.
That's wonderful. I'm sure they'll be overjoyed to see you.
Don't you forget me.
I'm sure they will be, at least for a little while. I still wouldn't want to stay for more than a weekend, even without Miho to keep in mind. Longer than that, and my mum and I would probably go crazy. I'm not leaving Welly until late Saturday evening, though. Would you mind going with me to the bus stop on that day, Miho? Just to be extra safe.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
I'd love to.
Even without a party, would you let us treat you to dinner on Friday evening? We can go wherever you like.
That would be nice, thank you.
Ooh, dinner.
No gifts, though.
Ooh.
It won't be a party.
Ugh.
That's easy, because they wouldn't know what to get you anyway.
Fine.
Where do you want to go?
No gifts for you. Fine.
I'm not sure yet, but I'll let you two know. Maybe you can come over on Friday evening, and we'll go from there.
Come over? Where?
To my apartment? I do have my own place to live, you know.
Oh yeah.
And, well, it isn't anything special, but I felt I should at least let you two see it. Only if you want to.
Of course I want to!
I mean it, it's the definition of average. I'm not even sure if it can fit 3 people.
What is this? A studio apartment? Bro, get 3 people. Okay then.
I lived in a dirt hole for most of my life. I can handle anything.
Good point.
Good point. You'll feel right at home then.
I'd love to come visit as well. Thank you for the invitation.
Great. I'll clean up and make sure the cats are on their best behavior. It's been quite a while since we've had company.
She has cats, Decker. She has cats. Cats.
I can't wait!
The 3 of us chit-chat for a little bit longer until it's time for us to split up for the day.
Miho, do you have any plans for the day?
Not yet. Why?
I was planning to go see a movie soon. Would you like to come with me?
Movie date.
You're more than welcome to.
Movie
of course,
date,
Juliet,
Decker.
But I imagine it's rather late.
We're going
for
places.
you.
Unfortunately so. I'll be up a while longer, but I wouldn't be able to make it through an entire movie. I
We're going
hope that
places,
you enjoy
Decker.
it, though.
A movie date.
I understand. Miho? It's fine if you
Say
don't want
yes.
to come along, but the showing starts in an hour, so we'd need to leave soon. I prefer to get there before it's crowded.
It's not a party. There's a special day coming up soon. It's not a party though. Come on. Woo! Movie date, movie date, movie date, movie date, movie date, movie date!
Sure, I'll go. It's like watching a really big TV, right?
Yeah.
Precisely. I'm sure you'll have a great time. Have fun, both of you. I'll see you two later.
See ya!
Good night!
Morning still. But down at Juliet waves goodbye and goes to bed.
Are you ready to go?
Yep, I am.
Aspen leads the way outside and down the road.
So what movie are we gonna see?
It's based off a book that I read a long time ago. I should have mentioned that it's a horror movie. That won't be a problem for you, right?
What is horror?
Nah, it's fine. What's a horror movie?
What is horror?
A scary movie. This one's about a creepy clown that terrorizes a small town.
We're watching it. Okay.
A clown? How is that scary?
I don't fucking know. It's clown.
Well, he's not a regular clown, although those are frightening enough on their own. You'll just have to see, I suppose.
Okay.
Alright. I didn't know you liked scary things.
I don't watch them that often, but like I said, I read the book a long time ago, so I already know what happens. It's just interesting to see how well it gets translated to the screen.
Graduated, that's a fun word.
If it ends up being too much for you, just let me know. Not everyone has the stomach for these sorts of films.
Okay.
Okay. The movie theater is on the same street as the Bell House, but a lot further down. It's the one that Juliet showed me before. Back then, I told her that I don't think I would be interested in scary movies, but here I am anyway. It's not the thing I'd go see by myself, though. Aspen pays for both our tickets, saying I can pay her back later. We go inside through a pair of glass doors like the ones at the museum.
Do you want any snacks?
Next.
Of course! What do they have?
Popcorn.
Well, traditionally you have popcorn at the movies. They also have candy and other things too. If you'd like, we can share some popcorn.
Sounds good. I've never had popcorn from a machine like that before.
What are the popcorn? Oh, trash can popcorn.
Let's change that then.
Trash can popcorn. That makes sense. Never mind. Soon goes up to the counter and places our order while I wait nearby. A minute later, she approaches me carrying an enormous tub of popcorn. It's at least as big as my head, ears and all.
Whoa, that's huge!
Considering how much they charge for it, it's only fair. Come on, let's go sit down.
No drinks or candies? No drinks? Bro! Follow her down a hallway and through another door, where I finally get my first look at a movie screen.
Whoa, that's huge too!
No yelling. It makes my TV look like a toy in comparison. In fact, it's probably bigger than my entire room. We go up some stairs and then sit down in one of the back rows. Near the middle, Aspen holds the bucket of popcorn in her lap and grabs a handful right as something starts to play on the screen. Immediately, my ears are assaulted by blaring music and booming screech. With the sound coming from all around, I instantly cover my ears at first.
Is it supposed to be this loud?
Stop yelling, please. I have to yell just to make myself heard.
Yes, but we're not. It's like the library.
Oh,
These are just previews for other movies that are coming out soon. But once the real thing starts, we're not supposed to talk.
okay.
Although, it's not like there are many other people around that we'd be disturbing.
But still, it's courtesy. He's right. We're the only people in the theater right now. Must be why she wanted to see the movie this early in the day. Eventually, I got used to the volume levels. I grab a handful of popcorn from the bucket to munch on. That's how tasty it is.
Whoa, this?
I slap my other hand over her mouth, shut myself up, which makes Aspen laugh. She leans over to whisper.
It's fine. We won't bother anyone. It's just good to know for the next time you see a movie.
Oh, okay. This is really good.
We sit through a few minutes worth of previews before our movies finally begin. Aspen and I, mostly me, if I'm being honest, are almost halfway through the popcorn already. Of course, as you do. The movie gets right to the action. Within the first couple of minutes, the clown Aspen mentioned is already causing chaos. I thought clowns were supposed to be funny. Apparently this one didn't get the memo. I'm not bored, but I'm also not exactly scared either. At one point, there's a huge bang as the evil clown jumps out from the darkness. Huh! Beside me, Aspen jumps in her seat, almost spilling the popcorn on the floor. Embarrassed, she wraps her arms tighter around it so it doesn't happen again. The movie lasts a lot longer than I expected. By the time we leave, it's almost lunchtime. Although I'm too full of popcorn to be hungry. Stepping outside into the sunlight, I notice Aspen's face is pale and she wipes her hands on her blouse.
So, how did you like it?
It was alright. I don't think I was ever very scared though.
Neither were you, Aspen, right?
That's good. I thought I would be okay since I knew what was going to happen, but it startled me a few times.
I noticed.
Yeah, I noticed.
At one point, she was even covering her eyes.
Well, there's a reason I don't watch those types of movies very often. I'm glad you had a nice time, though.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. Maybe next time we can see something that's easier to watch.
Yeah, be nice. Finally, Aspen manages to smile.
Yes, I'd like that.
Alright, let's see. Where do I want to go? Where do I feel like going today? Let's go to... I love I can't go to the... But Den is an option. I can't go there yet. Let's go to the... Let's go to the bay. It's warm right now. Almost warm enough that I wish I was dressed to go swimming. Right. As I'm thinking about doing it anyway. My eyes land on an ice cream stand. Bingo! I was confused. That's an ice cube. An ice cube. What the fuck? After upending all the random coins from my pockets, I go away victorious with a nice cold popsicle. That's about as refreshing as swimming would be. I think it's supposed to be in the same shape as the character of some kind, but it's misshapen. It looks like nightmarish. Eating it will be a mercy. Kill that SpongeBob. SpongeBob ice cream pop. Another one? I'm going to the waterfront. The fish market is in full force right now. Rows and rows of displays, tidily showing off freshly caught fish, with lines of people twisting all around the market, waiting to purchase the goods. As I walk through the crowds, the dead eyes of hundreds of fish seem to pierce my soul. Don't get me wrong, I'm not squeamish about raw fish in the slightest. I mean, I've caught some and eaten plenty of fish as a fox before. But isn't there something a little morbid about lining up their dead bodies for everyone to orgy? To ogle? Orgy. Fucking orgy. To ogle? If it were me, I'd just eat them right up after catching them. That's when they're best, and it seems more respectful to the fish. I guess that's why they're the merchants, not me. More places. Oh! It's time to go to Aspen's house! Look how cute the icons are. They're so cute. Look at us. Adorable. Later in the evening, Aspen sends a message to Juliet to let her know that she's ready for us to come over. The two of us walk down to the address she gave us. Juliet leads the way. Of course, since I don't know many of the street names. We eventually arrive at an unremarkable-looking apartment building. It's a few stories tall and without any more decorations out front.
This is the place. I believe she's on the ground floor.
Wow, the ground floor. Convenient. Not too far away, one of the doors swing open and Aspen pokes her head out to wave at us.
Miho, Juliet, over here.
Hi.
Aspen!
Hi, Aspen. She holds the door open with one hand while pushing something away with her feet.
No! Stay back, you two.
Only the cat. I freeze halfway to where she is.
What's wrong?
I said, no, not you, Miho. I'm talking to the cats.
Aspen gestures for us to come inside while keeping an eye on the floor. Then I hurry in, and Aspen shuts the door behind her.
Well, ta-da! Or something.
Whoa!
Whoa! It's so pretty! Small, but also very pretty. Plushies. Pog. Plushies Pog. The entire place is just one room, except for a small bathroom, right across from the door. There's a tiny kitchen area with a fridge and stove and microwave. Everything else is basically a bedroom. There's a dresser, a small desk with a computer, and Aspen's bed itself. Some luggage and boxes are scattered around, which I'm guessing were part of Aspen's cleanup.
I hope that was the good kind of whoa.
It's lovely, Aspen. I adore the fairy lights and plants. They make it feel very welcoming. Thank you for having us.
Everything okay, Juliet?
Yeah, thanks. It was a good wow, don't worry.
I didn't really have any expectations, but I'm still kind of surprised by how small it is. I figured she'd been exaggerating that part at least a little bit. The decorations make it feel fitting for Aspen, though. Two pairs of green eyes peek at us from from around the corner, and both cats go dashing under the bed as we step further in.
Sorry there's not more space to sit down. You can see why I don't have company over very often. You can sit on the bed if you'd like. Or the computer chair.
Oh, it's fine. I'm okay on the floor.
Yee. We take a seat with my back against the dresser, while Juliet sits down on the bed, invited. As invited, Aspen ends up taking the sole chair for herself. Almost as soon as I sit down, I spring back up, remembering the occasion.
Oh yeah! Happy birthday!
Yes, happy birthday, Aspen. Here's to another wonderful year.
Thank you. This year has been pretty good, I must say.
Narrow my eyes, I inspect Aspen, who notices and frowns at me.
Can I help you?
You don't look any older.
I'm glad to hear that. It doesn't just happen overnight on your birthday, though. Not that you would be aware of that, I suppose. Anyway, enough about that. Are you too hungry? We've already done everything there is to do here, I believe.
Wow.
Now you understand why I never have people over.
What are the cats?
It's fine. I don't mind just sitting around. But yeah, I'm always ready to eat.
Have you decided where you want to go?
I think so. There's a seafood restaurant that isn't too far away that I
Seafood
enjoy,
park.
but don't go to very often. Does that work for both of you?
I'm
Seafood!
okay with anything.
Woo!
I just like food.
Boo! I also like food. It's great!
Indeed. It's your birthday, so we'll have whatever you want.
All right. Let's get going then.
The restaurant is a bit of a walk from Aspen's apartment, but it's a nice day, so I don't mind. We end up at a pier not too far from the museum I visited. Ooh. It's not a very big place, but it's bigger than the Bell House. Half of it juts out over the ocean itself. We get seated right away. A long table with no stools.
It sure smells fishy.
Yes, that's seafood.
It's supposed to. That means it's fresh.
Our waiter brings 3 menus, setting one in front of each of us, and promises to come take our orders soon. Aspen and Juliet both pick up the menus and start flipping through, so I do the same.
Let me know if you need help reading anything, Miho.
I can't read. Ask what the
Thanks.
help. What is? Fortunately, there are plenty of pictures. The Bell can learn a thing or two. I'm even able to read some of the words, like fish and corn. But there are others that I don't recognize at all.
What do you usually get here, Aspen?
Well, they're most well known for their crab, although it's very messy. And expensive, so I've never had it. I usually get the clam chowder or fish and chips if I want to hate myself later.
About fish and chips! Come on, it's classic.
Oh. What's chowder?
The soup thing.
It's like a thick soup.
The thick soup.
Oh.
What's a chip?
Isn't it hard to eat clams? I've tried before, but I couldn't get past the shells.
Ah, yes, classic fox things.
They do that for you. No shells involved.
Hog.
Whoa! That's nice of them.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure they'd be glad to hear that. Is there something you usually order when you go out to eat?
I've never been to a restaurant before. Unless you count the Bell House. Well, not as a paying customer, at least. But I know how they work because I've seen them on TV.
Yeah, TV, Pog.
I hope you enjoy your first time then.
I will.
Both of you, feel free to order whatever you'd like. Don't worry about the price.
Don't worry, I wasn't.
Miho! You don't just admit that to someone's face. A nearby door swings open, and for a second I see into the kitchen as another waiter comes out, carrying a big bucket, a number of spicy spiny claws and legs poke out of it.
Wait, is that
A crab. They take the bucket to another table, sit it down, along with a big pile of napkins.
The crab? Yes.
Crab. I watch intently, curious to see how these people are going to get past the shells.
You shouldn't stare, you know.
I ignore her. I have to know. How do you shell? They grab some utensils that I've never seen before and use those to crack the shells. I watch, fascinated, while they do. Coming back to Aspen and Juliet, I've made up my mind.
I want that!
Crab. Clams were too hard, but I used to love eating crab. It's been a long time, long time, since I've had it though.
It would be nice to try at least once.
Sounds like it's settled then.
Crab. Our waiter shows back up, with a few glasses of water in hand, and Juliet orders for all of us. The waiter takes the menus back, saying our food should be out before too long. I sip my water and look around, enjoying the new experience.
Have you ever been here before, Juliet?
I haven't. As I'm sure you know, I don't go out to eat very often. I've been to similar restaurants before, though.
You went to the Bell House back when it first opened, didn't you? I seem to recall you telling me that once.
I did, yes. I can still remember what I had. A chai latte with a blueberry scone.
Were you working there yet?
No.
Oh no, it was a few years before I came to Welly. Although, Regina, my boss, wants to expand. There's going to be a second location opening in a couple months.
One.
She asked me if I would consider being store manager.
Oh, congratulations! That's quite the honor.
You'd get to run the whole place?
No.
I would still be working for her, but otherwise, yes. I haven't decided if I want to do it or not, though. It would be a lot more work and responsibility, obviously. It would take up much more of my time, too. I'm not sure if I want to put myself through that.
That's understandable. I do think you'd be well suited for it, though.
Yeah, you already do a lot at the other Bell House.
Thanks. Yes, it is tempting. I told her I'll think about it and give her an answer by the end of next month. The building it'll be in is already a coffee shop, so it won't take too long to convert. It all depends on some other things, really.
Like what?
Well, for one, I'd been thinking about keeping this a secret until I hear back, but I finally finished a draft of my manuscript. I sent it off to a few publishers to see what they think.
And?
Congratulations,
What is it?
Aspen.
What you got, Aspen?
That's
What you got?
a stunning achievement.
Yeah! What are you gonna do with all your free time now?
Thank you. That's a good question. I'm sure I'll spend plenty of it worrying. Other than that, I will need to find some new ways to fill my day. If all goes well, then I won't have time to help out at the new store. I'm getting rather ahead of myself, though. It's only been a little over a week since I submitted it.
Oh. I hope it works out for you.
Me too.
We sit and talk about the usual stuff for maybe 15 or 20 minutes before our waiter comes out of the kitchen carrying a giant bucket, just like the one we saw earlier. Aspen and I both gasp in awe as they place it on the table before us, with a flourish, giving us a stack of napkins and tools like the other group.
Well, let's not just stare. Dig in!
I don't even know where to start.
I grab one of the pieces closest to me. It's hot. So hot I drop it on my plate. Aspen does the same thing with a yelp of pain. Juliet, on the other hand, seems totally unbothered. She calmly claims a portion for herself. But leaning in close, I blow on my food, try to cool it down while I want Juliet to observe how she does it. She smiles as she notices me watching and turns her hands to give me a better view. She uses the tool to crack the shell. Get it. And get to the meat. I seem to know what she's doing too. Since it's cool enough for me to handle, now I can give it a try. I tried to mimic what I saw Juliet do, and after a moment of squeezing really hard, it finally works.
That was a lot easier than trying to use my own claws.
It sure would be.
I should hope so.
I pile it onto my fork and take a big bite, finally getting to enjoy my prize. Feel my eyes go wide. How good it is!
Enjoying it?
Yeah.
I quickly finished the piece I was eating, and then rushed to grab another, since it's a lot easier to crack now that I know how to do it. For a while, the only sounds coming from our table are those of us enjoying our food and the occasional sip of water. When our waiters come by to give us refills, they look a little shocked how much we've already gotten through. When the bucket is finally empty and I suddenly toss the shell of my last piece into the waste bag, Juliet seems to pick up on it.
Are you still hungry, Miho?
Hungry? No. Do I want to eat more? Yes. That was delicious.
Juliet glances at Aspen, who shrugs.
I could eat more.
The next time the waiter passes by, Juliet flags them down with a smile.
Could we get a second order of this, please?
More crab? It feels like I may as well be my birthday instead of Aspen's. Oh. By the time we get through the second bucket, even I can't eat anymore, and we leave the restaurant in a bit of a daze.
I don't know if I've ever been this full in my life.
Me too. I think I'm set on crab for a long time now. Thanks for dinner though, Juliet. It was wonderful.
Of course. It was my pleasure. I hope you've had a nice birthday.
I certainly have. Now if I can make it back home, I'll call it a success. I feel like I've put on several kilos just from that meal.
Would you like me to call you a taxi?
No, it's fine. Walking some of this off will be good for me. I still have to pack and get ready for tomorrow.
I suppose Miho and I will head home as well then. Does that sound okay, Miho?
Yeah. Let's just walk slow.
Still managed to a weak wave.
Bye, Aspen. Happy birthday again.
Thank you again. Good night to you both. I'll see you two tomorrow.
Aspen trudges off, but Juliet somehow seems unfazed.
Shall we be off?
Taking a deep breath, I still myself for the long walk home.
Yeah. Let's go.
The afternoon of Aspen's departure, she's unusually quiet. Although she shows up to breakfast like normal, she doesn't say a word throughout the whole meal, other than things like, yes please, or no thanks. When she keeps checking her phone and messing with her face and clothes, I can tell something must be on her mind. I figure she's just angsty about her trip, so I don't bring it up and try to talk to her. Instead, Juliet and I mostly chat until we're done eating and the dishes are cleaned up. The moment she's finished, Aspen perks up a little bit.
Miho, are you ready to go to the bus station?
Yeah. This way, you have as much time as possible to get back.
Precisely. Thank you.
Of course.
Before departing, Juliet approaches Aspen and gives her a hug. From the outside, I realized that this hug looked kind of weird. People have come up with the strangest ways to show their care about each other.
Safe travels, Aspen. Let us know when you get there.
Will do. I won't have reception while traveling, but I'll send a message as soon as I'm home.
How long's your trip?
If it was by car, only a couple hours. It'll be closer to 4 by bus, though. I'll take an early one on the way back tomorrow just to be safe.
Thank you.
Ample reading time, it sounds like.
Oh, yes.
She drums her fingers on a book tucked into her bag.
Patricia and I have a lot of catching up to do.
Although she is still fidgety, it seems Aspen remembered how to speak. After spending an unusual long amount of time adjusting her skirt and hair, she finally faces me brightly. I can't read.
Well, shall we be off, Miho?
Yep.
Yep.
Goodbye, Aspen. Good night, Miho.
Bye!
Later!
Aspen holds the front door open for me as we exit the library.
Where exactly is the bus station?
Not too far from my apartment. We'll pass it by on the way there.
Should we stop by and say hi to the cats? I'm sure they'd love to see me.
They're going to be angry enough at me for leaving for a day. I'm not sure I want to traumatize them right before I go.
Eh?
Dang it. I've never gotten along with cats.
Have you known many?
No.
Only a few. Some of the strays have some really good stories to tell.
The two of us walk along in silence for a little bit before Aspen pokes me on the shoulder. I've gotten more used to physical contact like that, but it still surprises me every now and then.
What's it like talking to an animal, anyway? How do you do it?
I'm not sure. It was just something that I knew how to do, like making a den. A lot of the time, you can just feel what they mean without saying it. I don't know how to put it.
No, that makes sense. There are some things that you just can't put into words, as much as you'd like to.
Exactly! I have the problem a lot. I'll bet you don't, though.
You'd lose that bet quite handily. Why, I'd say I struggle to put things into words more than anything.
Really? How? I thought you loved writing.
I do, usually, but it's not that simple. Sometimes you just can't use any old words. You have to use the right ones. And often that means going through lots and lots of the wrong ones until you find them.
I think it's easier the way animals do it.
It certainly sounds like it. I often wonder if I could talk to Percy and Byron, what they would have to say. Maybe they just complain about me not feeding them enough or something.
Do you want me to ask them?
It's tempting, but no thanks. As long as I don't know for a fact that they're saying rude things, I can convince myself that they're not. Rather like that other cat in the box.
Cats like being in boxes, so they probably wouldn't be complaining.
Not quite what I meant, but I'll take it.
Oh, Schrodinger. For a bit, Aspen hums quietly to herself. We walk. I don't know if she knows knows that I can hear her. Even though she's being more chatty, there's this thing that seems a little off about Aspen. I place my finger on it. At one point, she checks her phone and starts to walk a little bit quicker.
Are you looking forward to going home?
If she has to think about it, that kind of answers the question.
I am, yes. But like I said, I prefer to only do so for a day or two at a time.
'Cause of your parents?
A little. They're not really that bad, though. Mum's a worrywart and Dad isn't, so Mum feels like she needs to worry enough for both of them. It's not too bad over the phone, but when I'm there, Mum always tries to convince me to stay and move back. So I tell them they should move out here instead, and Mum goes into why they can't, and it's just tiresome.
Sounds like she cares about you a lot.
She does. And I love her too, don't get me wrong. It's more the town than them. Or rather, the lack thereof.
What do you mean?
They live in the middle of nowhere.
Oh!
Mum loves it out in the countryside and says she can't live without her backyard view and half a kilometre from the nearest neighbours.
I see.
I, on the other hand, can't live without bookstores and coffee shops and high-speed internet.
So that's why you moved to Wellington?
That's why I moved to Wellington. It seemed like a necessity to make it as an author.
I try to put together the things she's been telling me in one big picture.
Can you only find the right words here?
Exactly. At least, that's what I thought before I came. Turns out that moving to a new city won't magically make you a better writer. Or even a writer at all. Back when I was in school, I used to daydream about what life in the big city must be like. Busy and important things happening during the day, and then nights full of excitement and sparkling wonder. Instead, it's the Bell House, and a tiny apartment the size of my living room back home. I thought if I put myself in this new environment, then I'd grow into the type of person who belonged there. I learned the hard way that places don't change who we are. Still, better to be struggling to make it in the city than doing nothing out in the boonies, I tell myself.
I think it sounds pretty nice. Peace and quiet, nothing to have to worry about.
Ugh, not you too. That's exactly what my mum says. Trust me, it sounds better hearing about it than living it. Just like Wellington. Or any city, I'd imagine. I'm sure even Wellington must seem like a bore compared to some of the places you've been to, like Shanghai or Seoul.
Well, yeah. I still like it though. Those cities are too big for me. They're noisy and loud and smell bad, and anything can be dangerous. You have to be on your guard all the time. It's not like that here. The scariest thing I've seen was a movie.
That's true. I'm glad. I'm glad you liked it enough to stay.
Me too.
We're on to the city, pretty far past Cube Street and the Bell House. Now that I've been there once, I can recognize Tipa, the museum, when we pass by it. By now, there isn't much I do recognize. I've been all over the place in Wellington. I've been all over this part of Wellington enough that I could probably get from here to Mount Victoria with my eyes closed. I memorize other cities the same way when I lived there, but for the most part, once I left, I forgot all about them. I'm not sure I'd ever be able to fit the streets of Wellington, though, even if I wanted to. Instead of humming, Aspen starts fidgeting again as we walk, messing with her phone, and purse, hat, and glasses. I recognize the shops in her buildings from the walk to Aspen's house, so we can't be very far from the station.
Are you nervous?
Me? No. No. Why would I be? Do I seem nervous?
Kind of.
Yeah. Is it because of the bus? You don't have to worry about that. I've ridden on them lots of times and they only broke down like once.
Nice.
No, it's not that.
What is it then?
I mean, no, I'm not nervous.
Okay.
Okay. I've just seen Aspen more nervous, but I still don't push it. I hear and smell the bus station before I see it, and then it comes into view. There are two of these 2 or 3 buses parked or passing through. I wonder if one of them is Aspen's. We stop across the street, and she checks her phone again and then pulls it away. Puts it
You're
away.
not late, are you? Oh, I could have walked faster.
No, we're right on time. It'll be here any minute now.
Cool. I'll wait with you till it arrives.
Yee. I start to cross the road, but stop when I notice Aspen isn't following. Instead, she's still standing on the sidewalk, gripping the strap on her bag tightly.
Aspen?
I got back to her, looking around to see if I'm missing something. But there's nothing other than a couple of people waiting far away from the station.
Are you alright?
She blinks a couple of times and then takes a deep breath before facing me.
Miho, I have to tell you something.
Yes? The effect of her word is immediate. I cast a spell, my heart starts to race. Whatever she's going to say must be why she was acting so weird all afternoon. Is it something bad? Is she not going to come back after all?
Yeah?
I barely managed to croak out an answer. I can't handle more heartbreak so soon.
It's something that I've been thinking about telling you for a long time.
Is it what I
But-
think it is?
It was one of those things where I wasn't sure how. Or when. Because I didn't know how you'd take it.
What could it even be? We just saw Juliet, so it can't be anything to do with her. Lena?
But then,
Lena.
after we all talked the other night,
Who? Oh.
I realized that I should just say it anyway. Because no matter what, I know I would regret it more later if I didn't. Who knows how many more chances I might get? So I thought about it. A lot. What the right words were. And I just couldn't figure it out. So I didn't prepare. I'm just saying this, somehow, and hoping. God, I'm actually saying this, aren't I?
Her grip on her hat. Her shot shifts, clutching it so tight her knuckles are turning white. I feel frozen in place, not sure what to do or say. All I can do is stare, my heart feeling like it's going to explode out of my chest. She looked down to the ground, whispering something to herself. She wrings her hat in her hand before finally looking back at me.
There's something I want you to know. Miho, I used to think that there was no way someone like you could exist. Someone who looks at the world like you do, and is honest about what you see. The good and the bad. And at the same time, someone who doesn't realize just how much she has to offer. Just how much you make people happy. But here you are. Maybe meeting you used up all my luck for the rest of my life. But here you are. And I love you. And I just couldn't keep not telling you that. In case maybe you love me too.
Oh. Someone like you. Before she leaves town for a day, Aspen has something to tell me, Ho. Oh my god. So cute, okay. So cute.
I couldn't keep just hoping and wondering and not knowing. And now that I've said it, it feels so good to have out there.
Oh my
I
god.
love you, Miho. I love you. At first, I wasn't sure because everything seemed too perfect and unreal. I thought that I was just letting myself get carried away like I always do. A silly little daydream, but it's true. It makes me feel silly how much already. When I think of how utterly stupid it always sounded to me when reading about love at first sight. But how could it be anything else? I don't believe in coincidence, Miho. My life was changed the moment I saw you. I just didn't know it yet. Now I do. Now we both do. I love you, Miho. It's out there, and I
Yeah,
can't take it back.
I was worried I forgot to change my expression from sad. I was like, oh, am I just sad the whole time this haven't happened? Okay, we're good. I was worried about it. I was worried I was still sad. It would be very awkward. Putting it like so long being sad for nothing. Aurora stripped away into the air as we look at each other in silence. My head is TV static, buzzing with nothing to show. Because it's empty. Not because it's empty, but because there's too much for me to process. Aspen. In love. With me? Wind whips past my face. As the bus rolls by, pulling into the station, I barely notice it. Barely able to notice anything. Aspen is in love with me.
I
Don't know what to say. But Aspen raises her finger to her lips.
Shh. Don't tell me. I said it now before I leave for a reason. Because I thought you might say that. Tomorrow. Whatever it is you feel, I'll hear it then.
I look at her face. Some guide on how to respond, but she just gives a smile. A weak, fragile smile. Left dumbfounded, I nod. Aspen is in love with me. Turning her hat to her head, Aspen sighs like she does. Finished a hard day's work.
Well, that's it. All I have to say, I suppose. As if that wasn't one of the most important things I've ever said in my life. That's my bus. So, I'll see you tomorrow, Miho. And no matter what, it's okay. If we just carry on being friends like normal, I'm fine with that. More than fine. I'm just glad that I took the chance to tell you.
For how nervous she was a few minutes ago, she seems a lot calmer. I may as well be a statue as Aspen starts to walk past me, but then she pauses.
May I give you a goodbye hug?
That much I can respond to at least.
yeah.
We wrap our arms around each other, that weird human custom. Everything may have just changed, but she's still the same Aspen she was when we left the library. I try to listen for what she might be saying without words as she squeezes me tight. Finally, she steps away with a smile. It might be the most genuine one I've ever seen her on her face.
Bye, Miho.
Bye.
I made my way back to the library, like a zombie, my feet moving without really thinking about it. Aspen's words keep replaying over and over in my head. I get them, but I can't make sense of them. There's not a sound to be heard from the empty aisles when I enter. Juliet, having finished tidying up in an hour or so, it's past since I left. After a quick glance around, I head towards the stairs. When I head up the second floor, I spot a silver light underneath Juliet's bedroom door. I knock and it opens just a moment later. Juliet greets me with a calm smile at first, but the corners of her mouth falter as she looks at my face. I don't quite know what expression I'm making right now. I don't know what I'm even feeling to begin with.
Miho? Did something happen?
Aspen said she's in love with me.
Oh, I see.
Juliet's not the type to be shocked easily. That's why I want to see her for advice. But she's even less surprised than I thought she would be.
Give me just a moment, and I'll meet you in my study.
I nod and head over there, opening the door. As I walk into the darkness, I'm met by several pairs of eyes. Just as startled as I am, as several bats begin to flap their wings and noisily take flight. Chittering overhead before most of them leave out the window. The biggest one watches me for a bit longer before departing as well. By the time Juliet enters the study and turns on the light, it's just me and her.
Sorry I scared off all your bats.
It's fine. Don't worry. I'll be back before too long.
Settle down into the same seats as last time, with Juliet behind her desk and me across from it.
So, Aspen.
So, Aspen.
Yeah. Aspen.
I wonder what Aspen's thinking right now. Is her head as much of a mess as mine? Probably, knowing her.
We had just gotten to the bus station when she stopped and said it. She said she waited until just before she left, so she didn't have to hear my feelings until tomorrow, when she gets home.
And what are your feelings?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't ever thought about love or someone being in love with me. I don't even really know what it means. I know the word, but how does it feel? How would I know? The other day, you talked about how much you loved Cosette, and how you didn't know much about love before then. This is a different love from that, right?
She thinks to herself for a while, carefully considering her answer. I'm glad she does. At least one of us can stand back and think over this properly.
Yes and no. Of course, the bond between a parent and their child is different than that of two partners, but it comes from the same part of the heart. The part that you give away to somebody else. Love is when you care about another person so much that the feeling becomes bigger than you. When your life is more full and joyful for the presence of that person in it. I could throw out any number of cliches, but they'd be meaningless. What love means and how it feels are different for every person. To speak from my own experiences, love is like a flower. It starts as something tiny, but as it's nurtured and cared for, it grows. It reaches toward the sunlight and towards something better, and blooms into something beautiful. Not all flowers grow at the same rate, and not all flowers look the same. But wouldn't you agree that that's the joy of flowers, Miho?
I look up from the floor towards Juliet. She's watching me warmly.
I like flowers, but I've never grown one before.
The same can be said for everyone at some point. But as long as you're willing to give it the time and patience that it deserves, even the tiniest seed can become something wonderful.
They must have seen the confusion on my face because she touches my hand gently.
You should take some time to yourself, Miho. We can talk about it later tonight, if you're ready. If you needed even more time, I'm sure Aspen would understand.
Yeah. I need to think about it. And sorry for waking you up. Or keeping you up. Whichever.
It's no trouble at all. I'm glad that you felt comfortable coming to me about this.
It was the first thing I did. Thanks, by the way. You've helped me out a lot.
Of course. It's my pleasure. It's what friends are for.
Juliet returns to bed, and I go back to my room as well. Sit down on the floor, which is where I've done a lot of my best thinking lately. I lean against my bed and turn on the TV. There sure are a lot of shows and movies about love, aren't there? It's difficult to imagine that concept applying to me. I do know what I care about. I knew that I care about Aspen a lot. I like being around her. I like talking to her. I look forward to seeing her when she's not there. We're friends, but would we be more than that? I spent a few hours stewing in my thoughts, not coming to any conclusion. Love feels like something that wouldn't and shouldn't apply to me. And yet, here I am. Hours pass as I consider the issue. From every different angle, I end up with more questions than answers. Is it something I want? Is it something I ever could do? Is I go friends? What I choose to say to Aspen doesn't just affect me, but it affects her too. And I want both of our lives are about to change. No matter what, I make a decision. I'm sure that I'll have some doubts either way, but I can't just ignore or run away from this. After turning it over and over in my mind, I finally make a choice. Slowly, I stand up and head downstairs. Deeds of love, stunned by Aspen's confession, Miho seeks Juliet's advice. Justice. It's justice! With advice. Let me see. I can make more saves. Fog. More saves! I love saves. My legs feel like jelly as they carry me towards another huge moment. My hands shake, but I hold on tightly to the banister as I head down to the kitchen, where Juliet's making tea. There's a second mug set on the table, full of steaming hot chocolate.
Right on time, like always. I was just about to call for you.
I heard you get up a little while ago. I was still doing some thinking, though.
I see, I see. So I take it that means you've made up your mind about Aspen, then?
Yeah, it wasn't easy, but I have.
Mm-hmm.
Matters of the heart are rarely easy. Shall we sit?
Yes.
Yeah.
We took our occasional seats. The third one picturesquely empty. It takes a big gulp of my hot chocolate. I take a big gulp of hot chocolate, while Juliet takes a small sip of tea. Wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, I lean back in my chair, take a deep breath, and nod.
I've decided.
Uh-huh.
I want to try things with Aspen. I know it'll be hard, but I want to try.
I feel more sure of the words as I say them. Thing about this decision feels right. I do want to try. Like Aspen said yesterday, it's out there now and I can't take it back.
I know she's a human, and so someday it'll hurt. But I can't just always run away from things that are painful. Because if it hurts, that means it was important, doesn't it?
It certainly does. That's a wise way to think about it.
I know I don't know much about love, or how to be in love with someone. But I'm willing to learn, and try.
As I speak, I feel something stir in my heart. That feeling of excitement that's pushed me forward so many times before. Being motivated in my lifelong search. Is that a feeling that could grow? I've always struggled to put a name to it. Could it be...
Trying is all anyone could ask of you, Aspen or otherwise. All you have to do is be yourself. That's who Aspen fell in love with, after all. I can't tell you how happy I am. For both of you.
As it begins to sink in, I feel a grin spread across my face. Aspen's in love with me. I think that maybe, just maybe, I could be in love with her too.
Thanks. I wish she was here, so I could tell her right now. Tomorrow seems so far away.
I'm certain she's thinking the same thing. Still, it is rather like her to say something so momentous and then disappear. It took quite a while for her to work up the courage to tell you.
With a wink, she lifts her teacup.
I wouldn't be surprised if she borrowed the idea from some book or another.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. And wait, you knew she was gonna tell me?
Not exactly. I've known for a long time that she held feelings for you. She never told me outright, but Aspen isn't particularly subtle.
I never noticed. But I guess I don't know what I would have been looking for either.
All that's important is that she was able to tell you how she felt, and you were able to accept those feelings. Anything along the way was but a means to the same end.
You're right. Not just about Aspen, but about my life in general. As she herself pointed out, not that long ago. Thought it had all been for nothing. Homeless ever since Julian died without my knowing. As if I had reached a dead end myself. That was just of a chapter in my life, not the whole story. As Aspen would say. I thought my life as I knew it was ending, and maybe that was true. On the other hand, I feel like a new life for myself is just beginning. One that isn't so solitary and lonely. Nearly every day, I discover something new about myself, things that I used to think were impossible. At least for someone like me, maybe I'm not so different after all. I find a new place to belong, and someone new to share my life with. As much as I can. Aspen, you've seen just as many different sides of me as I have of her, and you still chose to tell me she loved me, even though she never told anyone that before. I can't wait for her to come back so we can find out what's next together. With nothing more to really say about it until Aspen returns, Juliet and I move on to talk about other things like the library and recent events. I feel pleasantly warm, like I'm glowing as we sit there and chat. That sensation carries me through the rest of the evening, and all the way to bed while I lie for hours. Usually I'm frustrated when the chaos in my own thoughts stop me from falling asleep. For the first time ever, excitement, rather than fear, is what keeps me awake. Instead of just waiting for the day to end, I close my eyes, looking forward to the dawn of tomorrow. When's the chapter ending? When's the chapter ending? When? I'm worried. Ah. What's happening? The joy of flowers. With Aspen's bus running late, Mio races against time to whoopsies. Whoopsies, that's a bit spoilery. Whoopsies. Whoopsies. For once, my struggle to fall asleep worked out in my favor. I sleep until later than usual, and the next morning, meaning I don't have to wait as long for Aspen's bus to arrive. I'm barely even woken up, and I'm already thinking about her. Looking at the ceiling, I can't help but smile. I wonder if she's thinking about me too. I'm too full of nervous energy to stay in bed for too long. I hop up and get ready in a hurry. In the kitchen, I figured Juliet would have already eaten, cleaned up, and gone to bed, because I don't see any dishes or leftover food. To my surprise, she comes downstairs just a minute after
Good
I do.
morning.
Hey! I didn't wake you up, did I?
No, not at all. Although I was upstairs, I thought I'd wait and have breakfast with you like usual.
Oh,
Oh, thanks. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I kind of fell asleep late, so I slept in too.
Understandable. I'm sure you have lots on your mind.
You can say that again.
Take a seat at the table, while Juliet pokes through the fridge.
Are you hungry for anything in particular?
Not really. Maybe something light? I don't think I can finish a big meal right now.
Chuckling, Juliet retrieves a couple pieces of fruit and some cheese.
Butterflies in your tummy?
Maybe.
Nah, I haven't eaten anything. I'm just nervous.
I'm sure I would be too, in your position. Although, Aspen did the difficult task of taking the first step. You have the luxury of being the one to respond.
That's true.
Juliet sets a plate with slices of apples and oranges, as well as a few blocks of cheese on the table between us, and I idly munch on some of the fruit.
Do you want to come wait at the station with me? I'm leaving after we're done eating.
I'll pass, but thank you. The two of you will have plenty to talk about on your own, I'm sure. But I imagine I'll see you both later tonight?
Definitely.
Minutes pass by agonizingly slow, especially after Juliet goes to bed. Eventually, it's late enough for me to leave. I burst up out of my seat, forcing myself not to walk too fast. As long as I'm walking, I'm doing something. If I get there too early, I have to wait, and I hate waiting. Humming to myself, I follow the same route Aspen and I took yesterday. If I wanted to, I probably could have found a faster way, or even a longer way to kill more time. It's not worth the risk of getting lost, though. The closer I get to the station, the faster my heart races. The growing anticipation, the way I can't think about anything else, it reminds me of something I haven't experienced in ages. It reminds me of the day in the forest, towards the end of my time as a regular fox, the way I felt on my way from the clearing every day to see my person. Back then it was different, of course, more instinctive, less thinking, but it still pushed me forward. That was love, wasn't it? In my own way, like Juliet said. Usually something like this would stop me in my tracks, but today, it makes me smile. My good mood carries me the rest of the way to the bus station. I pause at the intersection, where we stood yesterday. When Aspen said everything, this spot will be special to me forever. I already know. I hurry across to the other side. There are a handful of other people waiting, standing and leaning against the fences. I sit down on one of the empty benches, practically buzzing with anticipation. I watch the clock as it continues to tick away, until finally, the scheduled minute comes and there's no bus. Sigh, disappointed, but not too surprised, since when are buses ever exactly on time anyway? Soon the bus is a couple minutes late, and then 5 minutes, and it gets harder and harder not to worry.
Good thing she left early.
Notice that I'm not alone. Some of the other people are beginning to get agitated too. One person stands on the edge of the sidewalk, peering in each direction. A couple others who have been waiting on in the boarding zone since I got here sit down on one of the benches near me and pull out their phones. One of them taps a few times, reading something, or then groans.
Told you. Delayed. Says it right here.
Guess I owe you a tenner. It say how long?
Nope. Just says delayed due to vehicle issues.
Dread seizes me. With a shaking hand, I tap the traveler on the shoulder.
Excuse me. Which bus is it that's delayed?
Ah, that be Route 4. You waiting for it too?
My friend's on it. I don't know which, but she was supposed to be here 10 minutes ago.
Aye. Well, probably the same one then. Bad luck, but it does happen every now and then. I hope you weren't in a hurry.
I was, actually. Do you know what they'll do? What'll happen to the people on the bus?
Well, I imagine the city will have to send someone out, figure out what's wrong, fix it, or send a replacement. I'm sure your friend will get here one way or another, but it could be hours. You might want to give them a call and find out where they are. Might be quicker for them to find their own ride home.
I vault off the bench before he's even finished speaking, dashing back the way I came.
Hey, good luck.
I barely hear him. Of all the buses to break down, of all the days for it to happen. As I run, I can't help but think about how unfair it is. For anyone else in the world, a couple-hour bus delay would be annoying, but that's it. But for me in Aspen, I don't even want to think about it. What it would be like if she forgot me. After getting back to the library in record time, I practically crashed through the door as I head upstairs for the second day in a row. I knock on Juliet's bedroom door before having to bend over to catch my breath. It's been ages since I've run that long, and it shows. Juliet answers the door quickly.
Miho? What's wrong?
Aspen's bus still isn't here. Someone at the station said one of them broke down on the way. What if it was hers?
Wordlessly, Juliet hurries to retrieve her phone. It looks really out of place in her hands as she navigates through her screen slower than Aspen would. Her face turns grim after only reading for a moment.
It seems you're right.
Frustration just tightens the knot in my chest, and I just barely managed to croak out a question.
What do we do?
How long do you have left?
2 hours. A little less.
She shouldn't be too far away. I'll try calling her.
It doesn't even ring. Instead, it goes straight to a voicemail. I look up at Juliet helplessly, trying to ignore the panic that overrun me if I let it.
She did say that she'd have poor reception en route. Here, Miho. Keep trying. I'll be back in a moment.
She hands me the phone and shows me how to use it before hurrying into her bedroom. I hit the button again, staring at the small contact button for Aspen. Then Juliet has saved. Picture Aspen at the breakfast table, smiling awkwardly. The voicemail message starts again, so I cancel and try again, and again, and again. But it's the same result every time. I end the call and start another one, for what must be the 16th or 7th time.
Juliet, is that...
My thumb is on the end button. Out of habit, I barely manage to stop myself pressing it.
Aspen!
There's a loud burst of static.
Oh? You?
Aspen! It's me! Where are you?
It comes back to when she hears me waiting. When he enters something by my side, Aspen says something again, but it's gargled by the connection.
What? I can't hear you!
Fucking reception! Let me...
Fucking reception, let me. Everything goes quiet, and for a terrible moment, I'm afraid that the call has dropped.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Instead, I nearly dropped the phone when her voice comes through again, much clearer this time.
Good. I can't move from this spot then. It's the only place I have service.
Okay?
Where are you?
God, we're so close. I can literally see the city in the distance. Something's wrong with the bus. I don't know what. They said there's another one coming to pick us up, but I'm not sure when it's supposed to be here.
We only have 2 hours before.
I know. Trust me, I know. I was hoping the replacement would be here sooner, but... that's not...
Must be strong. Hey, Adora.
With a follow. Starry-eyed. Playing... As you probably realized, maybe, we're playing a very cute Foxgirl Girls Love visual novel. Hog. Love it. Great.
Aspen, you said you're close. Do you know where exactly?
I don't, no, but there's just the one road into the city, and I can see it.
That's good. That's good. That's a good landmark.
That's what I'll do, actually. I'll start walking towards the city, and hopefully
You love?
I'll see the other bus
This is
on
my
the
first
way.
time playing through. I'm on chapter 3. As you can Probably tell. I played the demo a long time ago. Then I played the chapter 2 a bit less than a week ago. And I love Miho. Miho's Pog. So adorable. I love her so much.
Will that work?
I don't know. I'm going to do it anyway.
Julia and I look at each other. I wonder if she has the same thought I do.
Okay, I'm coming too.
What? Coming where?
Ew!
Wherever you are. You said it's just one road, right? I'll meet you on it.
You'll... Okay. I understand.
Ah, chapter 1. Ah, damn. Well, this is, a bit past, just a tiny bit past chapter 1. Maybe, like, 10 hours minimum past chapter 1. So, yeah.
I'll be there on time. I promise.
From the other end of the line comes the very clear sound of Aspen sniffling.
Okay. I'll see you soon. As soon as I start walking, I'll probably lose reception again. I'll try to call you when I can.
Okay. Okay, I'm on my way.
The line clicks dead. I try to hand Juliet her phone back, but she shakes her head.
Hold on to it. You can bring it back to me after you find her.
I nod. There's no time to talk about anything else.
How do I get there?
She pulls up a map and shows me, pointing out where the library is.
I was going to try to find a taxi. Between traffic and everything else, I'm not sure it would be faster. It's so far away though, Miho. Are you sure you'll be alright?
I'll run,
I will.
and will fox my way there.
I have to be.
I immediately make for the stairs, pausing for just a second.
Thanks.
Thank me later. Together.
I nod, and then I transform as I bolt out the front door. Foxes can't run as long as humans, but they can run faster. That's a good Miho. Maybe I could do both. Wind whips my tail as I rush forward, channeling whatever willpower and determination I can into running. The map Juliet gave me showed which roads to take to get out of the city, but I don't need roads. I run straight for the edge of the city, ducking traffic, pedestrians, and more. Dogs bark as I race through their yards. Shocked people gape as I dash past them without paying any attention. I don't even know how long I run for. I just know that I don't stop. That's a Guhimbo, bruh. Not a Guhimbo, Gumiho. Even when my legs and chest start to ache, I keep going. A little pain now is nothing compared to what losing Aspen would feel like. The buildings begin to thin out, even as traffic increases, and I finally find myself out of Wellington. Along the road, I race towards where Aspen must be. Cars and trees fly by, replacing the buildings and street signs. There are hills and forests that I'm sure are beautiful as everything else I've seen, but I hardly notice them at all. The longer I run, the more it starts to take its toll on me. Against my will, I can feel my speed flagging. Each step making a little more effort than the last. I pushed myself this form to its absolute limit, and eventually it brings me to a halt. I transform once again, gasping for air as I place my hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. The run from the station back to the library winded me. This was many times harder. I can't stop moving. I just have to keep going. I have to. Lungs on fire, and with my legs feeling like lead. I make myself take another step, and then another. Mustering all my strength, I break into a jog. The fastest I can manage. I keep my gaze set on the horizon, wait for a glimpse of her. Anything to set my heart and mind at ease. Anything! The sun begins to dip and lower as even the sky is reminding me of that time is running out. My steps are leaden, and my mind abuzz with wordless fear and worry. At first, I don't believe my eyes when I finally spot someone walking in my direction, far off in the distance. He's meant to be her. A steady trawl is all I can do right now, and I let even this slow normal walking pace. The other figure and I walk towards each other, but the sun shines in my face and obscures them from my vision. Raising one hand to show my eyes, I see a familiar hat, the glint of light of familiar glasses. I see Aspen running towards me. All I could do is stand there, overwhelmed with relief. So intense that all I do is shake. Made it. He's here.
Miho!
As she approaches, she also slows, and then comes to a stop.
Miho!
I don't know what to say. How do I respond? How can I put on the excitement and worry and the relief that she's made me feel in the past 24 hours into words? How do I say it? Silently, I close the distance happiness. I see her. I can see her eyes searching mine, looking for an answer to the unspeakable question. Overhead, the sun dips out of cloud, none watching us for the day, and throwing a handful of colors into the sky as it leaves. I struggle to find words before, but this is different. Like Aspen said yesterday, not just any word will do. Stop. Just an arm's length from Aspen, close enough to see the glint of tears hiding in her eyes.
I was so worried.
Her voice is barely a whisper, but I can't hear anything else. Looking up into her eyes, I'm surprised to find the answer to my own question, one that I didn't know I wanted to ask, till just now. One that required more than words. Or maybe less. I take the last step that separates us, and lean forward to kiss Aspen. Marks of human affection have always seemed so strange and foreign to me, maybe even unappealing. As I kiss her, I think I understand. Without hesitation, Aspen's hands rises, touch my face, hold me in place as if I want to leave. She moves like she was waiting for this. Maybe she was. It's not like anything I've ever felt before. The closest of warmth, and the closeness of warmth. I place my own hand against her wrist. I think maybe I understand Aspen's fear better now. Because I would also be content if this moment lasted forever. Even when we separate, Aspen's hands down my shoulder. Keep me close.
I see you thought about what I said.
And practically nothing else.
Pulling me into a hug, Aspen rests her face against mine.
So I wasn't the only one then.
She sighs contentedly.
There's so much more I want to say, but this is hardly the place to say it now, is it?
I'd nearly forgotten where we were. Not far from the side of the road. Turning around, I look back at the city, just starting to light up for the evening.
Oh, right. It's kind of a long way home, you know.
Yeah. Aspen squeezes my hand.
I have all the time in the world.
Open ending, chapter 4. Well, that's the end of the chapter. The joy of flowers. Aspen's bus running late. We're racing against time to reunite with Aspen. And that's the end of chapter 3. And with that, in the whole near 5 hours, 3 hours and 38 minutes have gone by. And my voice is slowly dying from reading the narrations. It must come to an end for today. But before that, I've saved. I'm gonna make sure I save again. I'll just save it again, just so I'm, put the title screen real quick. Fine, we're going to title screen. I was not expecting. Okay, when I came into chapter 3,
Let's see what you reeled in today.
I wasn't expecting so much emotion. We're in the new chapter. Okay, what is the gallery? What's in the gallery? Well, Decker, you guys wait like another week to see more of these lasses. I'm only 36% complete. There's so much more to do. Oh. Oh. Visit the cemetery makes things all too clear for me, huh? Oh, it's so cute. Oh my god, I love this game so much. Episodes? Well, episodes are probably the sections I've been seeing. Yeah, definitely these are the sections. The scenes and stuff that I finished. Credits, obviously you got the credits. Oh god, I love this. Bro, this episode was full of so much. This chapter was full of so much emotion, heartbreak, anger, sadness, fear, love. Oh, I was not expecting this when I came in. When I just came to start playing this episode, this chapter. I mean, if you say episode, this chapter of Please Be Happy. Oh, and sadly with that, I must look for someone to raid because it is late. My voice is dying. I need more water for off-screen thing for just to relax. Let's look for someone to raid. Any suggestions? I have no one off the top of my head. I'm just looking through my phone. People. I'm the only one on the stream. Please be happy at the moment. We're at time. We're at time. We're at time. Let's see. Hasn't classic raiding game. Anyone here? Got 3 viewers there. We got 2 viewers here. We got Korean. What first bowling? Lol. Anyone we know streaming? Let's see real quick. If Discord would load on my computer, I could see real quick if anyone's doing anything snazzy dazzy. I don't think so. Okay, I think I've... let's see. Okay, why not? Okay, I think I found someone to raid. I don't know who they are at all. It's fine people. Okay, that's recording. And with that, it is time for me to head off for the night. Hope y'all enjoyed experiencing chapter 3 of Please Be Happy and the emotions that came with it. I sure went through many emotions during this chapter, mainly sadness. I cried, I sniffled, I cried more. It was very emotional. I enjoyed it. I'm excited for chapter 4. Probably next week again. I do it tomorrow, but my voice is already dying from doing 2 streams back to back, one after another. I'd rather not have my voice be dead tomorrow. So, I mean by Tuesday. So, yeah, that's that. Goodbye. Have a nice evening. Have a nice day. Enjoy watching the person play Mori.